Magandang gabi. Bawat kwento ay may istorya at aalamin natin ang mga kwento sa likod ng mga kontrobersya. Kikilalanin natin ang mga personalidad at mga paninindigan ng bawat panauhin. Magbibigay linaw tayo sa mga issue na mahalaga sa lipunan. Ako po si Salvador Sal Panelo. At ito ang Counterpoint. Ang mga magulang ay napakahalaga sa buhay ng isang nilikha. Mula nang ako'y nagkamulat, natikman ko at naranasan ko ang pagmamahal, pag-aaruga ng isang magulang. Naalala ko nung ako'y may sakit, doon ko nakikita talaga ang tindi ng pagmamahal ng isang magulang. Kaya alam po ninyo, ako'y nalulungkot. Pag ako'y nakakabalita, nakakaalam, o nababasa ko na mayroong isang anak na may ginagawang isang bagay na laban sa kanyang magulang. O kaya ito'y nagsasalita na laban sa isang magulang. There is nothing in this world that a son or a daughter can do to repay the love, the caring that a parent, whether it's a mother or a father, that has done to him or to her. Kaya, yung mga anak na nakikinig at nanonood sa atin ngayon, mahalin nyo ang inyong mga magulang habang sila'y buhay pa, sapagkat maaaring wala na kayong pagkakataon upang ibigay ang inyong pagmamahal at pagtatangi sa kanila. Maaaring wala na kayong panahon na suklian ang mga pagdurusa na ginawa nila para sa inyo. Sapagkat ang mga magulang ay gagawin nila ang lahat upang mabantayan, mamulat sa tama, at maalagaan ng isang anak. Ako bilang isang ama ay gaya nga ng isang kanta. Kung natatandaan niyo yung awiting na sana'y wala ng wakas, yung awitin pong yon, tingnan niyo ang mga kataga. Kahit na nung tinik ay aking tatapakan, masundan lamang ang iyong pupuntahan. Ilan mang dagat ay tatawirin at ilang bundok ay aakyatin. Ganun po katindi ang pagmamahal ng isang magulang sa mga anak. Kaya kayong mga anak, maniwala kayo. Gawin nyo na, ipakita nyo na ang pagmamahal habang buhay ang inyong mga magulang. Sapagkat darating ang panahon, kung hindi nyo na ipakita yan, maniwala kayo, magsisisi kayo. It will be the greatest regret in your life that you have not repaid the love, the caring, the tenderness that a parent has given to a child. Sa pagbabalik ng Counterpoint, makakasama po natin ang dating Miss Universe of 1973, and presently the chairperson of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, Miss Margie Moran. Isang rare combination of beauty and brain. Nanalong Miss Universe noong 1973. Isang advocate ng mga kababayan sa Mindanao at naging matagal na miyembro ng Board of Directors ng Habitat for Humanity Philippines at kasalukuyan ang presidente ng Cultural Center of the Philippines. Please welcome the beautiful, the elegant, the gorgeous Miss Maria Margarita Rojas Moran Floirendo, more popularly known as Margie Moran. Magandang gabi po, Miss Margie.
Sal, so nice to be here with you.
Oh, it's our honor and pleasure for having you. Bilang nung presidente, Miss Margie, kumusta naman itong trabaho niyo? Medyo mabigat yata ito kaysa na ordinaryo lang kayong member of the board.
Well, actually, before my presidency, I was the chairperson of the CCP for 3.5 years.
Okay.
Before the pandemic.
What's the difference between chairperson and the
Well, the
president?
chairperson is the head of the board of directors and the head of the agency, which is the Cultural Center of the Philippines, and you're in policy making and giving directions to the whole board gives directions to the management. Now I'm in management. I was elected by the board to be the president last July.
Yes.
So now it's full-time work for me.
So day-to-day operations.
It's a day-to-day
kayo.
operations, yes.
And kumusta naman bilang presidente as against dating chairperson?
Well, it's more challenging now because it's full-time work and it's the operations nga that I have to attend to and making sure that all the arts are all in place. And the most challenging part actually is because we're closing down as a center. The building is undergoing retrofitting because it's 53 years old. So it's an old lady that needs rehabilitation. And so we are moving out of the building and transferring to different locations. And well, it's not challenging. It's actually giving us the opportunity to be more out there and more visible in the regions. We can do outreach programs. We can perform outdoors and in other venues as well.
And when you say renovation, this is a major renovation?
It is a major renovation because it's structural retrofitting, which we only found out just 2 months ago because when they started opening up the things that we needed to do, and so they found out that people have to move out so that's for the safety of our employees and to make it faster also.
It may collapse if you don't do some
Well,
structural changes.
eventually, not naman now, but eventually it can happen. So almost all old buildings have to undergo retrofitting, especially this earthquake region. So we just want to be safe and be also updated because we're not compliant with
really?
so many building codes now because it's an old building. It was done in 1969.
I'm thinking whether in that field of yours there is politics too. Is there?
Well, among artists, I think it's a very friendly atmosphere. We all try to help each other, give jobs to artists because especially during the pandemic, they were the most affected. I think politics only comes into play when during elections, national elections, and actually elections within organizations. And then after that, we're back to normal.
The members there do not engage themselves in parties and politics, do they?
Oh, they do, yes.
Oh, they do?
Because they have their own advocacies. So,
okay.
so they, it's hard to, you cannot prevent people to speak up their minds. So as long as it's not subversive.
Okay. Now, being in the public life, there are criticisms thrown to public servants. Have you ever been subjected to such?
The only thing I think I was subjected to was when the CCP celebrated its 50th anniversary, which was in 2019. And we invited Mrs. Marcos because she was the founder of Cultural Center of the Philippines.
Did that created a controversy?
It did. It did.
Oh.
We were in the front pages and we were bashed by the media. Mm-hmm.
They don't want the First Lady to be invited, the one who created Cultural Center of the Philippines?
Exactly. So to me, it's not because I'm from Marcos. It's because we're giving her the honor of giving us an establishment that is now benefiting a lot of artists, and that was the only reason.
How did you handle this criticism, this bashing?
We just explained ourselves in the media, and then we didn't answer any, we did not reply to any other criticisms, and it died down.
Now, when you were Miss Universe in 1973, at a very young age of 17? 19. There have been talks about beauty titleists as well as candidates for this beauty contest being subjected to exploitation. Did you have any experience of that? Or
No, I have not experienced any of that. Not that my friends as candidates, they never experienced that. But I'm sure that happens. And for me, for me, my mother was always with me. So I was never a victim. And I think if you just show that you're a respectable person, and people will also respect you in return. That's my view. So I was always protected.
by the way, let me go back to the cultural center. You said there is a need for a major restructuring. I'm thinking, would it be better if you build a new one?
Well, we have plans for building new theaters. And we just opened a small theater just last month. So we are expanding actually, but it is an iconic building of Leandro Locsin. And we are determined to make it still the building that it was before, but more updated.
But expanding, by that you mean it's still within that area?
Yes.
You're not adding properties?
No, we have properties. The CCP owns properties.
How big is that area there?
It's about 60 hectares.
Oh, that's huge. 60
Yes.
hectares.
So we have plans of building new theaters once we have the funding. A smaller theater, which we just recently opened, a film center, a concert hall. There are so many plans.
So what is your expectation of this renovation? First, how long will it take?
It will take 2 to 3 years. And then so we update also the technology for having a theater that is at par with the world's best. You know, when it was created, it was the best in Asia. The best acoustical system, best lighting systems. And we're still using the suppliers that we had before that designed this the technology. So we just want to update it and be at par.
Meanwhile, where do the artists go for their performances?
Well, we are also performing at the Met Theater, the Metropolitan Theater, and then possibly the Samsung Theater at the Circuit, and other theaters in the regions. So there are new theaters that even in Quezon City, there are theaters in Sorsogon that's just opened or that will open. So we want to be out there to be felt by Filipinos all over the regions.
Who provide the budget for this renovation? You have the necessary fund?
We have the necessary funds for the mechanical parts, and it's mostly government, but we also have private sector donations.
So you accept donations?
Oh, yes, yes.
Do you think the Filipino masses appreciate this kind of artistry in the cultural center of the Philippines?
Oh, yes.
And do they go there?
They go there, yes. But pre-pandemic, because we limit now because we started renovations, we only have one theater that's open. And we have programs for the Mesa to come in and watch our shows every year. And we have popular programs that will attract people.
What about the compensation for these artists who perform there?
All the artists are paid.
Yeah, but I've been hearing complaints about malitang sweldo, malitang kita, pag-artist ka, hindi ka gaya ng artista. Iba yung stage at saka...
Iba, of course, but it is commensurate naman to what they're doing, and it is actually to most artists, money is not the issue. Of course, they're paid to survive, but it's really the artistry of their art form that gives them the honor.
And they love to do it.
They love to do it. You have to love what you do.
Tell us, Miss Margie, being a beauty queen, what is the role of beauty queens in the country?
Well, it's part of our culture, isn't it? And it is, in the end of the day, it's what you make of yourself. It's not because you're a beauty queen that you will make it. It's only a stepping stone of what you can do next in your life, but it's what you make out of yourself, which my father and my parents used to tell me that. So I finished school, and I took my master's degree, and I went back to the arts.
Is there any difference between your time, those beauty contests then, and presently?
I think during our time, it's more conservative.
More conservative.
Yes. Now it's more commercial.
Now more revealing of their assets,
Yes.
of their physical assets.
And now I think most of them fix themselves too. It's mostly science.
What about the rewards for being a beauty queen as compared to previous ones? Do they receive more now?
Oh, yes, because of the value of money. They receive more now. And I guess during our time, it was really a privilege to join a beauty contest, especially if you win. Like, I lived in New York, in one of the best hotels. So there were benefits then that you don't have now anymore because, I guess, less sponsors.
I'm sure you used to be one of the judges in this beauty contest, right?
In the local, here in the
Yes.
Philippines, yes.
Now, what would you prefer? A beautiful face or one that's not that pretty but has the brain?
One that is not that pretty but has the brain because she grows on you.
Ah, okay.
But one that becomes beautiful is the one that wins.
Yeah, but right now, it's not all natural beauties that you see.
Kaya nga sabi ko science eh.
There have been, what do you call that? Plastic surgeries?
Yeah. They have to make their nose better looking, their eyes. It happens all over the world. I think it was started in Venezuela because the winners you do win because they're perfect features.
As a beauty queen, would you rather, as a judge, for instance, would you consider that? Because
No.
me, I've been the judge myself in beauty contests. When I see that it's not a natural thing, I vote against.
That's not my criteria anymore because somewhere you can't tell if the person has had it done or not. But like I said, when she starts opening her mouth and talking, then that makes a big difference.
Yes. Anyway, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence, Miss Margie. And we will pause for a break. And after this, Counterpoint will be back. Miss Margie, punta naman natin yung personal life mo with your permission.
Oh, sure.
Number one, did you ever want to be a beauty queen when you were still a child?
Not a child, but when I was modeling, so I was already a teenager. So, but my parents never wanted me to join a beauty contest. So when I was asked to join the Binibining Pilipinas, my parents said no. I was 18 then. It's just I was not allowed. When I was 19, my father underwent surgery, so he went to the province to rest. He went to Davao to rest. And I was again asked to join the pageant. So I asked my lola, who was my guardian, and she was one time a queen herself, a carnival queen during her time. Of course, she said yes. So I joined the pageant, and my parents never knew I joined the pageant.
You were still a student at the time?
I was still a student. And
What year were you in? And what were you taking up then?
I was first year college. So I was
Fresh from high school, huh?
Yes. And I was studying at Marinol College. I was AB Business Administration. And my parents found out only when I won.
Oh.
Because they saw it in the newspaper.
So it was a secret.
Yes. So my dad said, it's a good thing you won. He would really get so mad at me, but he made a promise that I would finish school, which I did. And so that was after that, I moved to New York because I won.
How was it when you won in the Binibining Pilipinas first?
We were actually fun because we were one barkada that entered the pageant, and we all won different titles. So, and Stella Araneta was very strict. Then, there was no men could enter. And we were actually in the dormitory of Araneta Coliseum. There was a dormitory, so we were locked in there. And I was quite confident because we were with friends. And no matter who wins, you would still remain as friends. So it was quite an experience. And there were a lot of people who were watching the pageant. So from then, it was martial law, by the way.
Yeah.
It was martial law, and it was the beginning of martial law, 1973. So 72 was when martial law was declared. And my judge, the head of the board of judges, was the late President Fidel Ramos when he was chief of staff. And they couldn't decide who would be Miss Universe. So what happened was that he allowed the curfew to be moved to 1 o'clock in the morning. So, and then he told me, years later, he told me that, I never judged anymore after that because I wanted my judging to be 100% accurate. So he never judged any beauty contest because of that.
Now, during the contest, you saw the other beauty contestants. Did you ever tell yourself, I think I'll beat them all?
Well, that's really on your mind, because to remain confident, you have to tell yourself that you're the winner.
And then after you won that, you had to train for the Miss Universe.
Actually, I never trained here.
You never
Yeah,
trained
I
here?
was a model, so I knew how to walk.
Okay.
I knew how to project myself. I was also an artist. I was a dancer. And so I knew how to project myself on stage and capture the audience. That's my training. And then just to let you know that when I left, because it was martial law, I wasn't allowed to bring a chaperone because travel was restricted. And so I had to go to NBI, get myself fingerprinted to get a passport. I had to make pila. And then, so when I went to Greece, just to find out that they're also under martial law in Greece. But it was, Greece is one of the most perfect places to be in for a beauty pageant.
Presently, I noticed that some beauty candidates in this contest, when they lose in another contest, they join.
Another contest?
And they emerge winners.
Yes.
Had you lost then, would you have joined again?
No.
No. Why not?
Because I might end up not even being on the runner-up. Or even being one of the 12 finalists. Because it depends on who you are with, like who are the candidates and the judges during that period. It's really being at the right time and at the right place.
Okay.
So it's risky, but some made it.
Now, given your training, as you said, you were a dancer, you were a model. Was it a walk in the park when you joined the Miss Universe contest?
I was a favorite.
Oh, you were the favorite?
Yes, I was the favorite of the media.
Of the media?
Yes.
Ah.
So maybe that contributed to it. And they didn't even know where the Philippines was at that time.
Who was the first runner-up in the Miss Universe?
Miss USA.
Miss USA.
Yeah.
You bested how many countries?
82?
Candidates? 82.
Yes.
Imagine that. 82. Miss Gloria Diaz was the earlier Miss Universe, di ba? Oh, how many years ang pagitan?
4 years.
4 years lang ba?
1969 siya eh.
And after that, matagal bago nagkaroon ng Miss Universe.
After that, 42 years.
Oo nga.
So I was like the reigning Miss Universe in the Philippines for 42 years.
May kinalaman ba yung apelyido mo kaya ka naging paborito noon? Dahil Rojas ka eh. And by the way, teka muna, kasi ako ngayon ko lang nalaman na Rojas ka eh. Hindi ko alam na Rojas ka, Miss Margie.
Yeah.
So you're related to President Manuel Rojas, former, the late.
Yes, it's actually my lolo. I am an illegitimate granddaughter.
Saka nobody nga, I don't think everybody knows you were a Rojas.
Well, it came out in the papers that it was written about.
Now, you were married at a very young age of what?
21.
21. That was immediately after winning the Miss Universe?
Actually, yes, 2 years.
2 years lang.
I was captured.
And of course, there were hundreds of suitors.
No naman, I couldn't say that. But I was not making them pansin kasi may suitors.
And Tony Boy, who happens to be a very good friend of mine, was the most passionate suitor.
Well, I guess so. That's why we married.
Now, that is a very young age of getting married. How was it during the first years? Hindi ka ba nahirapan? Batang-bata ka pa eh.
I was committed, but for him, I guess, masyado siyang bata, that he missed out on many things.
How old was he at the time?
22.
Ay, bata pa rin nga pala.
Yeah, that was, I guess, because we were too young.
And you have two beautiful daughters. I met both of them. Talagang gaganda, talagang mga anak ng Miss Universe.
I have 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters. So, puro kami babae.
Tell us about them. Monica and Gabby.
They both went to boarding school in England.
Oh,
In high school, in the O levels and A levels. And then Gabby the younger one, went to school in Boston. And Monica went in England for her college. They both took political science.
have they ever joined beauty contests?
They were never interested.
Why? Why? Did they tell you why not?
It was not just their thing. And I guess one is enough in the family.
But have they inherited some of your talents?
They both love the arts. You know why they love the arts is because, like me, my parents introduced me to the arts and at a very young age of like 8. And I took up dancing also at 6 years old. So I did the same thing to my daughters. I brought them to the theaters and I exposed them to the arts. So they love the arts like I do. And I think that it is very important that we expose our children to the arts because they really have to start young. And for us to create a new audience all the time, it starts at 5 years old. You have to bring your children to the theater, to watch a play, to watch even movies, and watch a ballet, for instance, or an orchestra playing. And my parents did that. And especially when we traveled abroad. My first ballet was Swan Lake at Sadler Wells Theatre in England because my dad brought us there. So it is really important for children to be exposed to the arts because it also makes them more intelligent and sharper.
What about your granddaughters? 2 of them. Are they also engaged in this?
Well, they're taking a
At
ballet.
very tender age?
They take a ballet. And my little girl, when she was still little, she's 6 years old now, I would bring her to the CCP with me to watch the ballet.
Do they play piano? All of them?
The older one plays the piano, she sings, she horseback rides, she dances ballet, she does everything.
Are you the kind of grandparent who dotes with the kids? A doting grandparent?
I am, definitely, and I accompany them to the ballet.
What about the grandfather?
Also, yeah, he plays with them.
Now, You stayed married for a very long time. How did you manage to do that? Kasi sa mga kagaya mo mga celebrities, 10 taon wala na kagad.
We were actually living apart. We were separated, although we were legally married for like we are more than 45 years. And actually 48 na ata. But we were married for 25 years.
25 years?
I mean, living together 25 years.
Even that, 25 years, mahaba yun bago kayo. Anong sikreto para manatili yung ganong relasyon?
Well, if I knew better before, I think it is more being more forgiving as a person, as a wife, and really be able to give and take and communicate more and express yourself as well.
What traits did you appreciate doon sa yung naging kabiyak?
He was guwapo.
Ayun, talagang gwapo yun. Oh.
He had this good character.
And he sings good, huh? He has a beautiful voice.
Yeah,
Tony Boy has a
he has a beautiful voice, and I would get irritated that when he holds the microphone, he will never let it go. And that's why I never sang.
What about the 2 daughters and the granddaughters? They have beautiful voices like the grandfather.
They don't like to sing also.
Ayaw din nila. Mana pala sa'yo. Ayaw kumanta. I wanted you to sing here.
No, that's not one of my talents.
Ano pa bang pwede mong ibigay sa yung mga batang nag-aasawa? Baka meron kang mensahe sa kanila.
For one, you have to obey your parents, listen to your parents. If I only listened to my parents, I wouldn't have gotten married.
Oh.
Because sometimes love becomes a fantasy and it takes over your decision making.
Okay.
And number 2, I tell my daughters, when you find a man, you have to see the relationship with their father.
You have to what?
You have to notice their relationship, if they have a good relationship with their father, not just the mother, but also with their father, because that's the role of a man. My daughter, Monica, is well married, and I love my grandson.
And your other daughter is not married yet?
Not yet.
Mukhang hindi niya rin type. Mag-asawa pa.
Hindi pa. She's still into her career.
What is she doing now?
She's working for a tech company.
Oh.
Medical tech company. Yeah.
What about Monica? What does she do?
Monica
Apart from being a housewife.
She's a housewife, and she also has her own business, which she does her pop-up shows in Davao, and she cooks very well. She also graduated from the French Culinary Institute in New York, and she cooks.
I'm looking at you now, and you have maintained the beauty, the elegance of a beauty queen. Tell us, what is the formula for maintaining that?
Well, aside from taking care of my skin, because for me my skin is the most important, and it is really being happy, and I find peace within myself, and that you exude it, that nothing will really affect you and make you unhappy and or stressed. And I think that's a very important way of life that makes me exude my youthfulness.
You speak of life. What is the best lesson in life you have learned since childhood up to the present?
My lesson is that whenever you're down, you have to be able to get up on your own and really pray. For me, prayer is the answer to everything, and that gives me strength.
Apart from that, do you have any philosophy that you'd like to share to our viewers?
For me, my measure of success in life is being able to bring out the best in other people. And that is what I have learned to be as a leader. I've been a leader for so many advocacies, and you cannot do everything by yourself, but you have to be able to bring out the best in people.
Ms. Margie, given that you're a beauty queen, did it ever a moment in your life, did you get scared of getting old?
Actually, no. I celebrate my birthday as I grow older. I had a big party when I turned 60. But when I had my grandchildren, I was proudly a lola.
Oh.
So I never felt old, nor did I ever feel scared of growing old. Except that maybe I just want to be healthy, but not aging. Not the part of aging, but being healthy is what I really wish for myself.
Okay, now we will get into this more interesting part of the show. We will flash pictures on the screen, and you can make a reaction by showing these emojis.
Okay.
Oh, first picture. And you can also give comments, remarks.
Thumbs up.
You want to say anything about her?
Well, I knew her when I was Miss Universe because I lived in New York and she would have me picked up to join her. And I have very good memories of her. And when I won, she was, of course, I was invited to the palace and she received me. So I had very good memories of her as a person when I was Miss Universe.
Next photo, please.
Heart? He's my friend.
Okay. What else?
Well,
You can add, or you
I
can
can
make
add.
a comment.
Well, he's a good father and a good grandfather. Maybe not a good husband, but I love him for that.
All right.
I can repeat naman, no?
You can add, apart from one or two.
I think he was a good president, and I also knew him because he's from Davao. And I worked because I was the head of the Tourism Association of Davao. So I worked a lot with him to promote tourism in Davao when he was mayor.
What trait or traits did you like most in President Duterte?
He was smart and he was very down to earth, but he had conviction and he was very strict. And we felt safe in Davao at that time when it was unsafe. He made Davao feel safe.
And as president?
He was the same as president.
All right, next.
I like him.
You know him personally?
I know him personally. And he will be a good president. And he loves the arts and culture, and tourism are his priorities too. So I think we will be able to do a lot under his administration.
He loves tourism?
Yes, he's very interested in tourism. He's a tourist himself when he travels, so he sees what is needed in our country to be able to promote.
Then I think the president should do something about the budget in tourism. It has been slashed.
Well, there are other priorities.
One more. There.
Oh, Pia. I like Pia. She's a very smart woman, and she's very fortunate to be Miss Universe. She tried 3 times, but you could see that she got better every time that she joined the pageant. And I worked with her when 3 of us were models, commercial models for Magnolia Chicken. So, and she's very nice. So I wish her luck also because she's engaged. She's engaged now.
Let's see, this one.
Gloria and I are friends.
Okay.
We're friends, and our daughters are friends as well. So we go a long way, and her husband before, Bong Dasa, was also Tony Boy's friend. So we were all barkada during that period.
So what are your plans, apart from being president, do you have other plans that you want to achieve, dreams that you haven't gotten?
I think I have done everything I wanted to do, and being in public service is really a legacy. And I just want to do good for whatever I'm doing now as president of Cultural Center of the Philippines. And in the end, people will not remember what I did anyway, so they'll still remember me as Miss Universe. So I might as well do something good as people will remember me even as a beauty queen.
Have you ever considered running for a public office?
Once upon a time, but not anymore.
How was it being a wife of a politician?
It was fun, actually. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed being with people and campaigning and giving political speeches during those periods. Yes,
you delivered
yes.
political speeches. Huh?
Yeah, and I sang usahay.
Not in Filipino,
In Bisaya,
in Bisaya.
hindi pwede ako mag-sample dahil hindi na ako nagpa-practice.
Ang ano, ang Bisaya.
Pang political campaign lang yun.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Margie. It's such a pleasant conversation with you. Marami kaming nalaman sa'yo na hindi ko mismo alam eh. At may mga aral kang binigay sa mga viewers natin. I'm sure marami silang natutuwan sa'yo. Maraming pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, Sal. I enjoyed it also, being here with you.
Thank you po. Thank you. After a short break, magbabalik ang Counterpoint. How do you express yourself when you have disabilities? Paano mo iugnay ang iyong sarili? Paano mo ipapahayag ang interes mo kung ikaw ay may kapansanan? Panoorin po natin ang susunod.
The Heart That Say Foundation, or THP for short, is an NGO that provides free dance movement therapy para sa mga children and adults with special needs. So when we say special needs, sila yung may mga autism, Down syndrome, ADHD, and similar disabilities. Yung foundation namin, nag-start siya 10 years ago. Advocacy lang po siya. It started po with our mom. We call her Teacher Anna. Dancer po siya, and then namana namin yung passion niya for dancing. He also took up special education. Tapos doon niya nakita i-connect yung dance and SPED.
So dahil nagkamalayan si Mommy, si Teacher Anna, thanks to the different organizations na nagpapalaganap ng awareness for tinatawag nating developmentally disabled, or differently abled children, doon niya naisip na, sa anong paraan siya makakatulong. Bilang mananayaw, doon niya naipag-ugnay yung singing. So through the arts, yun yung tool para makatulong sa pag-empower.
Sumasali po sila through sign-up lang po. So wala po kaming hinihingi na fee from them. Talagang gusto lang namin silang matulungan. Hindi po kami masyadong strict in that sense na may membership fee. Yun. When they sign up po, every Saturday, go-hold kami ng therapy sessions. We also provide snacks. And nung medyo after a few years na nag-start, nakaka-provide na rin po kami ng transportation help so that they can attend po yung sessions. Yes. And since then, kaya rin siguro 10 years na din kami because of that consistency na tulong ng bigay ng mga nag-reach out sa amin.
Basta nakita po namin na may pangangailangan, So right now, yung mga tumatanggap ng libre or gratis na therapy, sila po yung may Certificate of Indigency, So Certificate of Indigency, then in terms of mga retention fee, basta mag-attend po sila, basta consistent po, no? Tulungan, that's enough for us. How will you impose a membership fee? Kaya nga tayo may libreng therapy kasi kulang access nila to resources like these. So, we show up, and if they're willing, no, we are happy to stay with them for the long haul. Now, tungkol naman sa graduation, the idea of graduating or leaving the community, no, pang lifelong kasi to. So if they choose to stay, then they're welcome to consider themselves members, no, kung gaano katagal pa yan. Ang goal kasi namin was movement therapy. So stepping stone yung dance movement therapy para matukoy ano ba yung potential ng bata. Yung konsepto ng programa namin. Pinagsama siyang agham at sining. May tinatawag tayong elements of dance. O bilang mananayaw, pinagsama namin yung elements of dance with special education principles. Yung special education principles along with theories of behavioral analysis, no, yun yung naging basehan ng sistema namin. So when people say, okay, dance, di po ba pang karaniwang na opinion, okay, pang-enjoy lang, recreation, Zumba, exercise, no? Pero there's a deeper purpose kasi ginawa nating therapy. Yung steps namin, may structure. So hindi siya bara-barang to teach directions, up, down, tapos kung gaano kabilis yung pagturo mo, kung paano mo hihimayin, no? Paano mo i-break down yung step para ma-retain, maging receptive sila. So that's why we say our method of dance movement therapy, no, it facilitates holistic healing. No, Coach Te.
Okay, kita si Coach Te? Yes? Alright. Ready, guys? Okay, so mami, okay lang kung hindi sumabay sa kumpas, no? Practice nyo lang yung range of motion.
So, yung holistic healing na sinasabi namin, may 5 domains to assess their development. So, there's the physical, the cognitive, psychosocial, behavioral, and sensory. So, lahat yan na-impact through dance na hindi natin nare-realize. When you teach dance, di ba, kailangan natin i-process yung steps. So, yung sequencing parts, memorization parts, so pag-absorb ng choreography, also relaying it to which body part to move. Doon po nasa-stimulate yung mind natin. Yung iba, simpleng pag-akyat ng hagdan, hindi nila kaya. So, yung steps natin na ginawa kanina, yung benchmark na dapat mataas yung pag-akyat ng paa, may purpose po yun. Para they can slowly function on their own every day. Yeah. Next naman po is the psychosocial. So that one po is para sa self-esteem nila and how they interact with others. It builds their confidence, it becomes a social activity na unti-unti nakita nila nagagawa ko yung steps kahit di nila mag-verbalize.
Having a sense of community, no, through dance, you're holding space, you're sharing space, you're taking up space. So may confidence boost na, this is my potential. I am able to do this. I am a performer. Kaya kong magmemorya, kaya kong magpasaya ng tao, 'di ba? And hindi nila kailangan magsalita para ma-express yung nararamdaman nila. Kung may frustrations, na ilalabas in a healthy manner. And important po yun kasi not all of them have the chance na makihalubilo sa iba.
Very good, guys! Okay, palakpakan naman!
Naging blessing in disguise yung pandemic kasi we were able to partner with 6 public sped schools in the Quezon City and Marikina areas. So we pledged 80, pledged to support 80 students with special needs from these 6 public sped schools. So 80 to 100 yung first batch of 2020. Sa ngayon, nag-average attendance ng 50 na virtual.
Ako po si Mami Tess at ito naman po ang aking anak na si Richard. Siya po ay 25 years old na mayroong autism. 2 years ago po, nung magkaroon ng pandemic, nagka-problema po kami dahil nagkaroon po ng regression si Richard. Simula nung nawala yung dance therapy, hindi na po siya makagalaw ng maayos, hindi niya natataas yung mga kamay niya. Tapos po, madalang na rin siyang mag-text kasi yun po yung means of communication niya. Pero ngayon po, nang bumalik yung dance therapy, ang laki po ng pinagbago ni Richard. Right?
Yes.
Nakita ko na po yung ngiti sa kanyang muka. At lagi po siyang excited. Yung motor skills niya po nagbago. Nagagalaw niya na yung mga kamay at paa niya, natataas niya na ito at naibababa naman po. At the same time po, ang pinakamagandang nangyari yung dahil po sa dance therapy, yung hindi na po siya nagpapasis. Gusto niya, siya lang mag-isa yung nagsasayaw, right, Chard? Ayaw niya na po minsan yung hinahawakan ko siya. Gusto niya, yung siya talaga yung magsasayaw na. Nagbago po yung kanyang cognitive skill, nakakapalo na po siya ng instruction. Kaya buong puso po kami nagpapasalamat sa The Heart at Play Foundation po.
Ang vision po namin, no, is that all developmentally challenged individuals can thrive, not merely exist. No? And second, that they can exist harmoniously within their families and within society. So, if you look at that vision, parang wala namang expiration date yung ganyang pangarap, no? And so we're hoping that we can be here for the long term, no? Baka in 10 years, may center na tayo.
To add, no, one of our long-term visions for our community, sana may trabaho na sila.
Makahanap sila ng what we call self-sustaining, no? Ways to be self-sustaining, may livelihood sila. Kasi we started this 10 years ago. Nasa 10s, mid-teens yung ibang members. So now, mid-20s, yung iba sasampa na sa 40s, no? So, ang hard truth, no, na hinaharap ng bawat magulang is, knock on wood, what if mauna? What if maunang pumanaw yung mga magulang nila? Kanino nila ipagkakaloob yung responsibility of taking care of their children? So we're hoping na with dance movement therapy, other arts therapies, allied with other conventional therapies, no, patungo na sila to vocational training, no? So in that sense, may pagka self-fulfillment, no? Sana kumikita na sila, no? Kung may ma-match tayong corporate partners, no, na pwedeng mag-hire, no? Para masabi nilang they're living a fulfilled life, that they are thriving also.
So, yun po, sana lahat pa-centralize through the Culture and Arts and Therapy Center. So, yun po yung vision.
Culture and arts are vital to the life of an individual, and for that matter, in the life of society. Music, literature, and others that are within the domain of arts and culture mirror the kind of society we are in. They are reflection of the character of the nation. Moreover, it will serve as an inspiration to be proud of one's race, even as they serve to act as a buffer to the burden of wrestling with life's challenges. Join me again next week as we engage with some of the most controversial and prominent personalities in the country. I am Salvador Sal Panelo, and this is your Counterpoint. Ngayong gabi sa Counterpoint, alamin natin ang kwento sa likod ng mga kontrobersya. Kilalanin natin ang mga personalidad at paninindigan ng bawat panauhin. Magbibigay pag-unawa sa bawat issue na mahalaga sa lipunan. Ako si Salvador Sal Panelo at ito ang Counterpoint. kung gusto ninyong maging exciting ang buhay ninyo, maniwala kayo, one of the best things that you should do in your lifetime, magbiyahe po kayo. Marami ang mga mahihilig maglakbay sa ibang bansa. Pero sa totoo lang, marami pong napakagandang lugar dito sa ating bayan. Kasi ako po nakarating na rin sa maraming lugar. One of the most beautiful places I have seen yung pong Turkey. Merong isang lugar doon, Cappadocia ang tawag nila. Aba, parang hindi mo maintindihan paano nila, parang isang lugar, merong kuweba, marami rin po akong pinuntahan sa ibang lugar. Italy, basta name it, I almost have been there. Dahil unang-una, yung aking kabiyak na si Dr. Panelo, isang doktor, alam niyo yung mga doktor, palaging mayroong mga konbensyon, mga medical meetings. Dahil libre ang kanilang rooms, sumasabay ako. Magbabayad ka lang sa plane ticket mo. At marami silang pinupunta. So, marami po tayo naikot. Pagkatapos, nung tayo napasok sa gobyerno, kasama po tayo ni Presidente Duterte sa mga lakad niya. Lahat na lakad niya kasama tayo sa abroad. So marami tayong napuntahan, nabalikan. Pero alam niyo, yung mga napuntahan kong lugar, lalo na yung pupunta kayo sa bansa na napakaganda ng mga natural wonders na tinatawag. Nagulat ako nung ako'y pumunta sa Palawan. Aba, walang sinabi yung mga napuntahan ko. Sa ganda ng mga nakita kong rock mountains, yung natural evolution ng mga nakita ko pong naglalaki ang bato, pero napakaganda. Tapos kayo'y sasakay sa boat, iikutin niyo yun. Maniwala kayo, pumunta muna kayo sa Palawan bago kayo pumunta sa ibang lugar. Sapagkat isa sa pinakamagandang lugar sa buong daigdig, yung lugar ng Palawan. Sa pagbabalik ng Counterpoint, makakasama natin si Manila Economic and Cultural Office MECO Chairman Silvestre Bebot Bello III. Makakasama natin ngayon ang Chairman ng MECO or Manila Economic Cultural Office. Siya ang nangangasiwa sa pag-promote at pagprotekta sa mga Pilipino sa Taiwan. Please welcome the former Secretary of Labor and Solicitor General, Atty Silvestre Bebot Bello III. Magandang gabi po.
Magandang gabi
Secretary
naman.
Bebot. Kumusta
gabi
naman po ang unang-una kasi marami nagtatanong sa akin, hindi ko naman mapaliwanag. Ano ba itong MECO? Exactly ano bang MECO? Ano bang kaalagaan ng MECO?
Sa totoo lang, Sal, no? Yung MECO ay bago sa atin. Akala ko nung araw, it's a government office. Hindi pala. It's a private corporation.
Okay.
And the meaning of MECO is Manila Economic and Cultural Office. Ngayon, ito is isang korporasyon that is doing the job of an embassy.
Okay.
Actually,
Bakit wala tayong embassy? Because of the One China
yung One
policy.
China policy. Although, one din naman it's also clear na bagamat we observe yung One China policy, allow dyan, tinotolerate ng China yung people-to-people relations. Like for example, sa trade, they allow it. Sa cultural, they allow it. Kagaya ng tourism, halimbawa, they allow it. Hindi sila nag-object. Huwag lang sa security at diplomatic matters.
Okay.
Yun.
Kumusta naman ang relasyon ng Pilipinas sa Taiwan?
Ay,
Bilang
napakaganda.
bansa.
Napakaganda ang ating relasyon. In fact, they are the number 7 in the world investors sa Pilipinas. They have
really?
about, the latest investment nila is about $21 billion.
$21 billion.
So, So napakaganda ang relasyon natin. Visa-free pa yan. You can go there without the need of a visa, partner. Oh, you can go there anytime basta may passport ka. So napakaganda ang ating relasyon. In fact, hindi naman katakataka Sale, kasi alam mo, Taiwan is a neighboring country.
How far is it?
No, I was a second-year high school student, and we used to have a picnic sa northernmost the town of the province of Cagayan, which is Santa Ana. On a clear day, you can see.
You can see.
Oh, you can see. Noon ang tawag natin, hindi naman Taiwan eh. At that time, it was called as Formosa.
Yeah. Ito pala yung Formosa, no? Okay.
At tapos yung pinakamalapit na isla ng Formosa ay yung Quemoy. And Quemoy is only about
Quemoy, China.
80 kilometers away from Itbayat, the northernmost island of the province of Batanes.
Lapit pala.
Kaya on a clear day, you can see Quemoy.
Ano naman mga bilateral agreements ang pinasukan natin sa kanila?
And ang dami. We have trade agreements, meron tayong agricultural agreements, meron tayong cultural agreements, fisheries agreement, educational training agreements, farming agreement. Alam mo, dapat our farmers should take advantage of this. No? Every year, or even every 3 months, we send farming students. They stay there for 6 months and learn the trade of agriculture and then the use of the agricultural technology. Kaya napakaganda yan.
Pero yung mga bilateral agreements, limited lang sa cultural, economic. Outside of that, di na pwede.
Trade relations
dahil
lang yan.
papasok na yung One China policy. Ano naman ang magiging epekto nito sa US-Taiwan relationship, itong relasyon natin sa kanila?
Well, alam mo, meron tayong mga mutual assistance back with US. Pero I doubt very much if they will involve us in case they intend to, in the case of an actual conflict, I don't think that they will use us as a staging point.
Bumisita si Speaker Pelosi doon.
Pumunta doon pero
di ba?
it was not an event. To them, it was just one of those events lang. No, common. Kasi ang Taiwan, for so many years, have been in a constant alert level. So much so that if you go there, you will notice, partner, na lahat ng mga factories, lahat ng mga buildings doon, may shelter.
Teka muna, bakit alert level? Why? Bakit?
Well, just in case. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that Taiwan is prepared for any eventuality.
What about us? Are we?
Well, I cannot speak for the security.
Hindi, kasi paano kung mag-gagero? Anong gagawin natin?
Sa atin naman, unless we become the victim of an attack, why should we be involved? Unless, siyempre, kapitbahay natin yan, tayo ang talagang logical na pupuntahan nila eh. We are the nearest country. 30 minutes lang. They're ready.
Kumusta naman ang economic relations ng Pilipinas sa Taiwan?
Ang dami nga. And di ba, I just mentioned, ang invest nila is $21 billion.
That's how much in pesos? 21 times 59.
Trillion yan. Trillion yan. Ang dami pa rin silang ang dami lang investment dito. And in fact, I just came in from Taiwan and I met the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Labor, and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Ang concern nila, kasi ang dami raw gusto mag-invest, ang concern nila yung constitutional prohibition of acquisition by foreigners of our lands. Sabi ko, that is no problem. First, there is now a move to amend the Constitution to allow foreign ownership. Pangalawa hindi naman kailangan ownership eh. Pwede namang leasehold.
50 years.
Leasehold ka 50 years. Renewable for another 50 years. Para ka rin owner niyan. So, sabi ko, don't worry. We will see to it na your rights are protected whenever you invest in our country.
Ano bang, in terms of development, yung Taiwan, ano bang?
The best is agriculture, partner. Sayang, nagdala pala sana ako ng atis eh.
Bakit? Malalaki
ang atis nila, ganyan kalalaki. Ang lilit ng buto. Sa atin, ang lilit ng buto.
Ang lalaki ng buto?
Oo. Ang lalaki.
Matatamis
Yung
pa.
guava nila, ang lalaki. Yung pakwan nila, ang lalaki. Iba talaga. Yung lapu-lapo nila. Ang pinaka maliit, is about 2.5 kilos. Yun ang lapu-lapo nila. Meron silang lapu-lapo as big as and as heavy as 7 kilos.
Ano bang ina-export natin at ano naman ang ini-import nila?
Ang alam ko lang, ina-export natin doon, dati, we used to export rice. Pero ngayon, wala na They have more
Kulang na
rice.
tayo sa
They're
rice.
better,
Nag-i-export
They
na
have
nga
more
tayo.
rice and better rice na ngayon. Ang ano natin is yung labor.
Labor.
The labor. Dahil
Mura.
mayroon silang demand for our workers. Kasi alam mo naman, Sexal, that the most preferred overseas worker are the Filipinos.
Pilipino.
So,
Dahil masipag,
hindi
mareklamo.
marunong mag-English. Marunong mag-English. Saka matyaga. Even they're supposed to work only for 8 hours, they work about 10 to 12 hours.
Teka muna, paano ka nakapasok sa Meko nga pala?
Pati ako, tinatanong ko sarili ko.
Sino ba?
I don't know.
Balita ko, ang mga usap-usapin yan, yung mga napupunta rin sa Meko, malaki ang kita. Dahil na walang audit.
Well, walang audit. It's a private corporation. Okay naman, it's good. Fairly better than in government.
Dahil, tell us,
Well, they have good pay and they have to accept that.
yung mga remittances ng mga OFW natin.
Kwanyo, yung remittances ng OFW, constant yan. During my term as Secretary of Labor, every year until tinamaan tayo ng pandemic was about $30 billion.
30,
Yes.
30. Galing sa OFW. Ilan
Yes.
ba mga OFWs na?
Oo nga, kaya nga sinasabi ko madalas, we always call them as our bagong bayani. And yet we do not give them all the aid that they need.
Well, di ba? Panukala ko nga dyan, dapat yung mga OFWs, after working there 5-10 years, kaya pagdating dito, dahil kung ma-terminate na yung kontrata, magkasakit, anong gagawin na natin?
Meron yan. Meron silang pera. There is a fund owned by the OFWs, both incumbent and former OFWs. It's about 20 billion pesos. May pera sila dyan. Hawak ng OWA yan. That is supposed to attend to the needs of incumbent OFWs, including former OFWs.
Ilan ba mga OFWs natin sa Taiwan?
About, well, yung documented, mga 150, 55, gano'n.
150,000?
Gano'n. Pero meron din, as usual, meron undocumented. Siguro mga around 10 to 20 undocumented.
So pag may problema mga OFWs,
Well, dati, sagot namin yan.
Ngayon?
But because of the new department, yung Department of Migrant Workers,
Sila na.
yung ATN namin, yung Assistance to Nationals, inassume na ng Department of Migrant Workers. But having said that, sinasabi ko nga, hindi namin pwedeng sabihin doon sa OFW na pupunta sa amin na, "Uy, wag dito, doon kayo." Hindi. Immediately extend assistance without any question.
so basically, heading MECO, what do you do? Anong trabaho talaga ng head ng MECO?
We operate as an embassy. We issue passport, we issue visa, we issue accreditation of employment contracts.
So de facto, embassy pala
De
ito.
facto, embassy talaga
Ayan
yan,
pala.
oo.
Teka muna, how often do you go there? Are you required to stay there? But since wala kang audit, you're not required by any rules and regulations.
Actually, dapat nandun ako every day.
Oh.
In fact, my predecessor stayed there all the time.
Sino
ako
ba ang
naman,
predecessor mo?
si Willie Fernandez. And before,
Yung publisher ng Daily
sa Tribune.
Yeah.
Hindi ba, yung...
But prior to that,
Prior, Willito Balayo. Oo, yun. Si Willie stayed there most of the time. Si Lito, siguro 70% doon, 30% dito. Ako 10% dito, ay 10% doon, 90% dito.
Bakit? Bakit gano'n?
Kasi hindi pa naman heavy ang hindi pa heavy ang work. Kasi if you recall, dumating yung pandemya, almost 10% na lang ang kumukuha ng visa. From 340,000 a month, naging mga 10,000 a month na lang.
10,000
Kasi nga, paano sila pupunta dito? They come here to visit our country. Pagbalik nila, may quarantine.
So, yung staff mo doon, ilan lang yung staff mo doon?
Mas malaki yung staff doon. Yun dito, back up lang yung staff dito and the directors that we have.
Mga ilang tao nandun?
Well, it used to be 50 plus, but then because of the pandemic, we had to reduce it to about 20 plus na lang.
Do we have our own place there, meaning we own it or
Yes.
we rent it?
We have it's a rented place. It's a very nice place. It's really like an embassy. Kaya nga kung minsan, sinasabihan ako ng mga labor attaché, sabi lang, "Oy, Chairman Bello, ambassador ka na. Hindi ka pwedeng pumapasok na naka-polo shirt lang," sabi lang. Kasi sila naka-Amerikana eh. Oo, yung mga labor attachés natin, naka-Amerika Sputing eh.
May kaso ba itong Filipino boxer sa Taiwan?
Wala naman, very, very rare. Kasi ang ganda ng treatment ng mga... That's what I want to publicly acknowledge na yung ating mga OFWs are well treated in
Walang
Taiwan.
discrimination.
Bihira yung na-abuse, bihira yung underpaid, bihira. I never heard of an OFW din being molested sexually.
So yung pag may problema yung mga OFWs natin, pwede pa rin pumunta sa inyo kahit na meron na tayong migrants.
Actually, ang dapat dyan talaga yung POLO. That's the Philippine Overseas Labor Office. Nandyan yung mga labor attachés. Pero kung halimbawa, the POLO offices are very busy, masyadong marami ang demands, they can come to us.
Kung sa mga sweldo ng mga Pilipino doon?
Okay. Lately, from 17,000 national Taiwanese dollars, naging 20 na. So it's
Ano yung
equivalent.
equivalent yun?
That's about 38,000 pesos. Minimum yan. Doon sa other countries, maximum nila 20.
Pero ano namang trabaho ng 30?
Ganda. They're well treated nga, sabi ko eh.
Kumusta naman yung mga galing doon na nagpupunta rito bilang mga turista? Marami ba?
Okay. We used to have a large number of tourists. Ang problema nga lang, yung nagkaroon ng pandemya, nagkaroon ng quarantine. Although pagpunta dito, walang quarantine. Pero pagbalik, nakuha-quarantine na 7 days eh. So that discouraged me.
Pero ngayon, wala na.
Okay
diba?
na. Kaya bumabalik na. Kaya bumabalik na naman ang trabaho namin.
Meron kang number in a month, how many tourists?
I stated earlier that yung maximum entry natin ng mga Taiwanese doon was 340,000. In 1 month, In 1 month. And then I just received a letter from a businessman, and he's requesting that for 1 month, he's going to send 300 tourists on a package tour. Ang dami niya. Ang pakiusap sa akin is, kung mari libre. Kasi sabi, reciprocity.
Libre ang alin?
When Filipinos
Libre
go to Taiwan,
libre ang visa?
walang visa.
Anong libre? Libre ba?
Oo. Bakit kami, mga Taiwanese, pag kami punta dyan, may bayad?
Ay, para Amerika.
Sabi ko, iba naman. Kako, iba naman. But sabi ko, karon tayo, let's have a business compromise. You give me 300,000. And beyond 300,000, libre na lahat ka ko. Yun, pag-aaralan nila.
Nabanggit mo, walang audit. Kaya matindi ang korupsyon doon.
Walang audit.
Kaya nga, di matindi ang korupsyon.
Wala.
Wala rin korupsyon.
Wala. Although, yung siyempre, maganda, yung sabi mo, the pay was very rewarding. But until recently, because of the pandemic, na-reduce yung income. When I came in, I reduced all the salaries and benefits of all our workers, including the officers, by 30%.
Yung sweldo mo naman, as compared to a cabinet member.
Wala yung cabinet member.
Wala. Lugi.
That's why my first reaction was, dapat pala kinausap ko si Secretary President Duterte noon. Sa Meco na ako noon.
Pero, kumusta ang less work?
Less work talaga. Less work.
Okay, 90% ka nga nandito. Di ibig sabihin, you're not required there.
Pero ang daming meetings. Yun lang ayaw ko, parabing...
Bakit? What?
Well, we are invited. Kasi ang tingin sa atin, ambassador eh. So, kung may affair ang
Anong
Panama...
tawag sa'yo?
Oo, mga...
Ano nga tawag sa'yo, ambassador?
Oo, lahat. We're invited to all international activities.
Daming events.
Oo. Then they ask you to make a statement of support, welcome address, gano'n. Yun ang trabaho natin.
Ano mas gusto mo, doon as MECO or as soldier or secretary?
Ang hirap ng trabaho ng soldier because basically, the work of a soldier is, very lonesome. Because your clients do not do not get your advice before they enter into contract, before they do any public action. Wala. They only come to you
Pag may problema.
pag may kaso na.
May dinimanda
Yun.
na.
Kaya most of the
May
time,
dinimanda.
losing ang kaso mo dahil hindi well advised sila eh. Ayun, saka ang hirap. Kasi ang court, they want you to go there and personally argue eh. Hindi mo pwedeng i-delegate doon sa mga assistant solicitor general mo.
So you would say that it's a rewarding position.
Which one?
Itong ngayon mo,
Oh.
as compared
Well,
to your previous one.
very light ito. Very light.
Light na, maganda pa sa sahod. Di ba?
Yun ang hambing gano'n.
Well, so, maganda ang usapan natin. Pero kailangan mag-break muna tayo. Sa pagbabalik
Okay.
po ng Counterpoint, pupuntahan naman natin ang pribadong buhay nito. Sasaliksikin po natin. Susuriin natin. Of course, sa kanyang kapahintulutan. Babalik po kami. Huwag kayong aalis. Kilalanin natin si Chairman Silvestre Bello on a personal level. Bahagi mo naman sa amin. Ano ba ang although binigyan mo na kami ng pananaw kanina na medyo okay ito. Working as chairman and working in your previous position.
Well, alam mo siguro, na rin. You can say that probably this is my reward for working with government for 40 years. 40 years. And the President Marcos Jr. will be the 5th president that I will be serving.
5.
5. Cory, Ramos, GMA, Duterte, and BBM.
Kipinay ka lang. Hindi...
Nung kay Noynoy, hindi ako pwede kasi I was elected to Congress. Yung kay Erap, yung biro ko nun sa kanya, that's why, that's the reason you did not last long because you didn't get me.
But yung ba, aksidente o talagang ginusto mo magtrabaho?
Yun ang tinatawag kong accidental public, public...
Kasi lawyering ka nun, di ba?
I was lawyering, and then nagkita lang kami kasi ni President-elect Cory, the late President Cory, doon sa opisina pa niya noon, doon sa may Kuwangko building. And with her was the late Secretary Neftali Gonzales. And sinasabi niya kay then President Cory na I am removing yung isang undersecretary ko. He comes from Davao, sabi ganon. Sumingit si the late Atty Ding Tanwat ko. Sabi niya kay late Secretary Gonzales, sabi niya, Nep, tatanggalin mo taga Davao. Palitan mo ng taga Davao, sabi niya. Ayun. Ayun, by accident.
Yun pala simula.
Yun ang simula. And then tuloy-tuloy na. From Cory, then I went to Ramos.
Teka muna, paano ka naman napunta sa Davao? Hindi ka naman taga Davao, di ba? You were born where?
I was born in Cagayan.
And then,
And then,
you grew up there?
grew up in Isabela. Then I got married to Eda Boeña.
Yung first wife mo.
First wife ko, yes.
First wife.
First wife. Yun. And then after that, I had a second wife.
Di ba yung second wife mo si Susan?
No, not Susan. Ikaw naman. Baka nakikinig siya.
Sino? Akala ko ba yun ang sabi mo sa akin? No? Di ba?
Si Gina.
Gina pala. Gina. Akala ko si Susan.
Ayun.
Ilan ang anak mo kay Susan?
Sa first wife ko, si Teresa.
Okay, tama. Tinanong kita, ilan ang anak mo kay Susan? Sinasagot mo. Akala ko ba hindi mo kilala si Susan?
Wala akong kilalang Susan.
Bakit sinasabi mo ngayon? Tinanong ko,
si
ilan ang
Teresa.
anak mo kay Susan? Bakit ang sagot mo?
Sabi ko kay Teresa, 4.
So, palusot ka. Anyway, si Teresa is your first wife.
Yes, I had 4. 1 daughter and 3 sons.
May abogado ka doon.
Meron, may lawyer ako, meron din akong doktor, and 1 gangster.
Oh, bakit? Bakit gangster yung isa?
Kasi vice mayor siya sa amin ngayon eh.
Kaya gangster siya. Okay. Yung babae?
Yung babae is an artist.
Okay.
Artist siya.
Tapos yung second wife mo?
I only have 1 daughter. Kasi when I married her, I was already past 60. Mabuti nga, nakaanak pa ako eh.
Ilang taon na kayo dyan?
At age 62, nakabuo ako.
Parang si Presidente Duterte.
Oh,
Pinanganak si Kitty when he was 60 years old.
Pareha sila. Magkaedad yung anak niya na kaisa-isa anak niya kay Hanilet. Magkapanawanan sila.
Di ba classmate mo si Presidente Duterte?
Hindi. Isang bede yan eh. Ateneo ako.
Paano nga pala kayo nagbarkada? Dahil sa dorm?
We were together in YMCA for 6 years. 6 years kami
dorm.
magkasama dyan.
Okay.
And then we renewed our friendship when I went to Davao. Ayun.
Yung asawa mo, yung second, how long are you married to her?
Yung sa second, from 1995 to the present. Wala nang third.
Yung siguro yun yung Susan na tinatanong ko kanina.
Walang Susan. No?
Wala talaga? Kasi bakit it keeps it's always in my mind na Susan. Nung bata ka, sinong naging inspirasyon sa'yo?
Well, alam mo kasi nung araw, I had a professor who was very eloquent in espousing mga legal issues, gano'n. Oo. And meron din akong classmate na mautak masyado, nai-intrigue ako. Itong lalaki ito, kabata-bata pa lang, marunong namang makikipagdebate. He was even saying na, he always presented to our professor, sabi niya, I can prove to you that 1 is equals to 2. Oo. Ganon. So, naudok ako. Ganun pala subukan ko nga mag-abogado din. And he became a lawyer.
Ano nangyari doon sa 1 equals 2? Ginawa mo ng 2 equals 5.
Yung pala, what he meant was 1 unit. 1 is 1 unit and 2 is another unit. So, that is even 1 unit.
Balita ko, sa Bebot, nagkaroon ka ng polio? Parang you don't look.
Yeah, according to my mother, I think I can agree to that. I was born with a ailment which was not called polio at that time.
Anong tawag
It
nun?
was called that time as infantile beriberi.
Very.
Na I cannot stand on my own. Una, my right foot is shorter by almost 1/4 of an inch. Kaya kung bantayan mo ako, pag naglalakad ako, parang naglilimp ako. Pero what is important is, I recovered from that ailment.
Ito naman dalawang naging asawa mo, di ba? Paano naman paano ka nagligaw ba noon?
Ha?
Sa unang mong asawa?
Paano manligaw?
Paano ka nagligaw?
The usual, alam mo na nung araw, usa pa naman nagpapadala ng
Sulat.
love letter, saka dumadalaw ka sa bahay, gano'n. I remember yung aking kasi first wife was the daughter of the mayor of Davao. Si Mayor Santos, ang Davao. So every time marikita niya ako, bilib din ako doon sa biyenan ko Agad-agad nagustuhan niya ako Pero yung biyenan kong babae, ayaw sa akin.
Did you ever ask? Did your father-in-law?
What?
Bakit nagustuhan ka niya? Kagad?
Hindi naman kasi yung mother-in-law ko did not like me. Kasi sabi niya, uy, ikaw, attorney, ang tanda-tanda mo yung anak mo. Pag ka lumigaw sa anak ko, walang kamalay-malay yan, sabi niya.
Bakit? Ilan ba ang age difference?
Siguro she was then a first year college student and I was already a lawyer. Kaya walang malay yung anak ko, sabi niya sa akin. Pero sabi naman yung biyenan kong lalaki, okay ka, okay. Abogado ka, sabi niya sa akin. Yun.
Kasi I remember, yung second wife mo, parang tinanong kita in an event, kasi hindi ko naman alam na asawa mo siya Kaya tinanong kita sino yan? Anak mo?
Ganun nga.
Di ba? I remember.
Yeah.
Wife ko na-shock ako Sabi ko, wife mo, ang ganda. Bata pa. Paano mo naman nilagawan yun? Paano mo nabola?
Hindi. Siya nga
lumigaw sa'yo. Okay.
Kasi I met her when I was the Undersecretary of Justice. Ini-interview ako. Merong programa kasi noon si former President Erap. May programa siya yun, remember? May programa siya noon eh. And she was one of those, yung parang broadcaster niya. Ini-interview niya ako. Siguro nag-crush sa akin. Wala. Pinabalagi na lang niya ako.
Kaya she pursued you.
Lagi na ko niya in-interview. Kasi pinagbigyan ko naman.
Okay. So, sa ngayon ba, wala kang kagaya ni Presidente Duterte, enjoying his retirement. Ikaw, ayaw mo pa?
Si former President Duterte naman, he's not retiring. He's still working eh. I think he's even busier than us eh.
Bakit?
Palay pa rin ng panay ang pasyal niya, panay ang punta niya sa mga barangay, pinupunta niya.
Pero wala na yung heavy burden of the presidency.
Yun, of course. Ang hirap yata.
Maliwala sa mukha niya ngayon, mga baliksi.
Ang hirap ng trabaho niya nung araw, lalo na nagkaroon ng COVID-19. Talagang naawa ko sa kanya noon eh.
Looking back, you have any regrets sa pagpasok mo sa gobyerno?
Well, frankly, wala. Kasi, kumbaga sa tingin ko, it was all a blessing eh. Nung panahon ni the late President Cory, first I became Undersecretary of Justice for 4 years and 2 years as Secretary of Justice after the loan. Now, ang maganda doon nag-start yung aking advocacy, which also adopted by the late President Ramos, yung peace negotiation. It was initiated by the late President Cory. Siya initiate ng talks. Nagkaroon ng exploratory talks in Hong Kong. I was supposed to go there, but last hour, sinabi ni Cory sa akin, Bebot, you occupy a too high government position, so you send somebody who will represent you. And I sent somebody who became eventually Supreme Court Chief Justice. Si Justice Teresita de Castro. Yun, siya aking And then, pagdating ni the late President Ramos, natuloy yung aming peace negotiation. Pagdating ni the late former President GMA, tuloy ang peace negotiation. And then, pagdating ni former President Duterte, tuloy. And we almost made it. Nakuan lang kami. Now we were barred by this pandemic.
Chairman Bebot, anong gusto mong maalala ka ng tao?
Well, I want them to just remember me as a public servant who is always there to help them.
With 2 wives.
No. Kasi yun that's what I learned especially in the Department of Labor. Kasi ang ating mga ina-address doon ay yung mga workers and especially the overseas Filipino workers. Would you believe that until today, that I still receive calls or text messages from them? Because when I was Secretary of Labor, I gave my number to all the OFWs.
Hindi ka nag-iisa. Ngayon, alas 2 madaling araw, binabasa ko pa yung mga mensahe para lang i-respond. But anyway, meron kami segment dito na masaya.
Ayan.
Kasi papakita ka namin ng mga pictures, ito mga emoji.
Okay.
Yun ang reaction mo sa ipapakita namin mga picture. You can add any words or statements. Pero initially yan muna. Saka walang pass dito. Kailangan mag-react ka talaga. Ito ang unang larawan. Sek Bebo. Ayan.
Yan.
Presidente Xi ng China.
Xi Jinping.
Ano yan? Ano bang ibig sabihin niya? Wow.
Wow.
Bakit naman wow?
Best friend ni President Duterte. You remember when we were in Hainan and we were having lunch and the President Duterte said, Your Excellency, where is your Hainanese chicken? He thought that the Hainanese chicken is in Hainan. Hindi na to, sabi ni President Xi Jinping, that is Singapore. Doon ka.
Okay. Next photo. Ayan.
Ito si
Taiwan, Presidenta.
Ito.
Nakilala mo ba yan, personal?
Hindi pa, pero I'm going to meet her this coming week. Yan.
Oh, bakit thumbs up?
Ha? Ang galing ng ano niya eh. Ang the
Tapang.
way he runs the government.
Ang matapang.
Oo, galing. Yung
Lumalabang kay presidency.
hindi natitinag. Oo. Saka marami pa akong alam na I cannot reveal.
Okay. Sige. Third photo. Office of the Ombudsman.
Okay diyan. Ayan. Okay yan. Ayan.
Bakit thumbs up?
Unang-una, it's supposed to go against corrupt government officials. Fortunately, I never had an ombudsman case. Although, alam mo naman nung araw yung PACC, is run by people who had a personal grievance. Alam mo naman yun, no?
Axe to grind.
Pero it never reached sa ombudsman. So, yan. Okay ang ombudsman.
Next.
Ayun.
Bakit?
Yan yung mga nagkano sa akin na sumisira sa akin, yung ma-remember. Oo.
Sinisiraan ka ba niya?
Oo, naku. Walang ginawa kundi siraan ako.
Dinimanda ka ba niya?
Hindi naman, pero they brought a perjured witness to the president. And they prepared an affidavit
Tapos?
and had her signed. Without, yung naman babae hindi dinala, he did not read anymore
Pinirmahan lang.
pinirmahan niyan.
So, ano nangyari sa kaso niya? Ano bang aligasyon yung dito?
Well, ang allegation niya is that he was pressured by my undersecretary to give money, ganon, every now and then, ganon. There are 10 paragraphs. In the 10 paragraphs, 1 to 9, lahat yun, yung undersecretary was doing this, doing that, and then pagdating ng number 10, sabi niya, I cannot stand this anymore. I'm sure that this is with the knowledge and consent of the secretary.
Kaya pala, hindi abogado eh.
Kaya yun ang same observation ni Secretary Njel. Sabi niya sa akin, ito yung ang affidavit against you. Hindi nila alam na former fiscal si presidente sa amin lang. Ayun.
Okay, next photo. PACC Commission.
PACC rin yan eh.
Kaya
Yun ang mga kasama. Yun ang magkakasama. Si Manny Luna, si Menes, at saka si Paras. They went to Malacanang.
Nasaan na ba yun ngayon?
Ay, natanggal, hindi ba? Di ba? Remember mo, nawala lahat.
O anong emoji yung ilalagay mo?
Ko na lang, nakakaawa. Nakakaawa, oh.
Next. Sino yan?
Yan. Yan na. Wala mang yung dapat yung malaking puso.
Sino ba yan? Sino yan? Si Dulce?
Yan, yun ang asawa ko. That's my second wife, Gina, and my one and only daughter with her. Yan, that's Pia.
Selfie.
Yan ang Pia, yan aking ano. Oy, I hope you don't mind, no? My daughter is a Dean Lister in Fordham University.
Wow! Ay, manang-mana pala sa ina.
Oo, mano daw sa akin, sabi niya eh. Sabi niya.
Alam ko sa ina. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Anytime,
Chairman.
partner. Anytime, partner.
Bewot of Mecco. Maraming salamat at pinagbigyan mo
Thank you
kami.
very
Alam mo,
much, Sal.
busy ka. Pupunta kami sa Taiwan.
Oh, anytime.
Para
Anytime.
mabisita ka namin.
You can stay with me.
Kaya lang, yung sabi mo, 90% nandito ka, paano ba yan?
Hindi, I will go there. If you want to go there, I'll accompany
Sige,
you.
pupunta kami ni Ding
Saka doon ka
Guara.
tumira sa akin. Meron akong bahay doon eh.
Talaga?
Oo, meron
Pati yan,
akong bahay.
meron ha?
Oo, meron akong bahay.
Meron ka ding sasakyan
I'm only
doon,
renting.
service.
Nagre-rent lang ako.
Pero may, libre ang sasakyan. Meron ka doon ginagamit.
Oo, meron. We have
Service
6.
yun.
We have 6.
Pero
Sabi ko
yung
nga,
bahay na sinasabi mo, nire-rent out mo.
Nire-rent ko
Out
yan.
of your own pocket.
ang mahal.
Oh,
Oo, ang mahal ng rent doon. Ang cheapest na 2-door apartment doon is about 120,000 a month.
you have that much money?
sa bagay, sagot ng mic ko. Hindi ko.
Okay, anyway, thank you so
very
much.
Thank you very much.
Secretary
Oo.
Bebot,
My
salamat
pleasure,
ulit.
partner. Anytime,
Thank you.
anytime.
Thank you.
Oo.
Huwag kayong umalis sapagkat babalik ang Counterpoint.
Dementia actually is isang sakit, no? Ibig sabihin, sakit sa limot, no? Sakit ng limot na nakikita mostly sa mga matatanda. Hindi lang limot, kundi naapektuhan rin yung behavior natin, no? Pati yung ating mga function, no? But basically, when you say dementia, is sakit na limot. Ang kaibahan ng dementia sa Alzheimer, when you say dementia, ito yung general, no, headline, no, general topic. Then the Alzheimer is the most common type of dementia. So under sa dementia, there are several types. We have the Alzheimer's, no, na common na ating nadidinig. Meron din tayong vascular type na gawa ng mga stroke, coronary artery disease, no, heart disease, dyslipidemia, diabetes, so where inaapektuhan yung mga blood vessels. Meron din tayong mixed type, pwedeng kombinasyon ng Alzheimer o yung vascular type. Meron din tayong Parkinson, no, na Parkinson type of dementia. Marami pa rin iba. Meron din tayong pseudo-dementia, nang ibig sabihin, yung dementia is namamas ng depression. Dementia is part of the mental health, no, mental health problem natin ngayon, no. Sa katunayan is kasama ito sa mental health law na dapat natin pagtuunan ng sakit ay kung isa ito yung dementia. Ang risk factor kasi to develop dementia is 60 years old. So when you're already 60 years old, yung mga may edad na 60 years old pataas, you're entitled to your senior citizen. But for the early onset of dementia, na sinasabi na wala pang 60 years old na hindi maka-avail ng senior citizen card, yes, they can consider it as a person with disability, no, yung makakuha ng card. Wala tayong gamot sa dementia. Ang gamot natin na sinasabi ngayon is lang yung i-delayed natin yung paglala ng sakit, yung progression ng illness, at maiwasan natin yung paglabas ng mga hindi magagandang mga behavioral problem, no? Actually, hindi lang gamot ang kailangan dito, pati yung sinasabi natin non-pharmacological type na hindi involve yung mga gamot, bibigyan natin sila ng mga activity, no? Involvement ng mga family, mga orientations, no? Yan ang mga non-pharmacological na pwede natin ibigay sa kanila. Ginagabayan natin sila sa mga araw-araw na paggawain, no? Continuous yung reading na sinasabi. Meron tayong mga therapy na mga ino-offer sa kanila, no? Kamukha yung mga reminiscence therapy, yung mga old pictures, pinapakita natin sa kanila, no? Yung mga listening to music, no? Yan yung mga pwede natin i-offer sa kanila. Saka syempre, yung constant communications with the family member, which is, yun ang pinakamagandang approach, yung the family within, no? Nandoon at tumutulong sa kanya. Hanggang ngayon, ang iniisip pa rin ng marami, yung sakit, yung limot, ay parte ng pagtanda, no? Marami pa rin ang hindi nakakaunawa na ang limot ay isang sakit, no? So dapat mag-create tayo ng awareness na ito ay isang sakit na dapat pagtuunan ng pansin. Bakit? Kasi early detection, early management, madidelay natin yung progression ng paglala ng sakit. Saka dapat malaman rin ng mga tao na meron tayong mga tools, early screening na ginagawa sa kanila. Kamukha dito sa National Center for Mental Health, meron kami mga screening tools na binibigay sa mga edad 60 years old pataas para malaman natin if the memory is still good. By the coming year, meron tayong mga at least 1.5 million no, Filipinos have been diagnosed to have dementia. Pag na-extrapolate yung data, lumalaki pa, no? By the year 2040, no? Minsan nagdo-double pa yan. Sa ngayon kasi, may mga organisasyon na tumutulong, no? Para sa mga pamilya for the awareness, no? At pabigay kahulugan kung ano yung sakit na dementia. Sa ngayon, meron tayong mga Dementia Society of the Philippines, no? Meron tayong ADAP. Andiyan yung Philippine College of Geriatric Medicine na gumagabay para doon sa mga pamilya na nangangailangan ng tulong para sa mahal nila sa buhay na merong sakit na dementia. Pero nga, sabi nga nila, as much as possible, we don't want to bring our patients to institution, no? Kasi mas malaki ang maiitulong ng pamilya sa kanila, no? Para lalong yung pagdeteriorate ay maiwasan. Iba kasi ang kalinga ng pamilya. Sa mga pamilya na merong kinakalinga na may sakit na dementia, ando doon, kailangan kayo na inyong mga mahal sa buhay. Sila ang kumalinga sa inyo nung kayo ang bata. Ngayon, sila na may karamdaman ngayon, mas lalo kakailanganin nila ang inyong gabay, pagmamahal at pag-iintindi. No? So, wag natin silang papabayaan. Lagi natin iisipin na nung tayo ang bata, sila ang kumalinga sa atin. So, it's about time na tayo naman ang kumalinga sa kanila.
Join me again next week as we engage with some of the country's most influential and controversial personalities. I am Salvador Sal Panelo, and this is Counterpoint. Ngayong gabi sa Counterpoint, aalamin natin ang kwento sa likod ng mga kontrobersya. Kikilala natin ang personalidad at paninindigan ng bawat panauhin. Magbibigay pag-unawa sa bawat issue na mahalaga sa lipunan. Ako po, si Salvador Sal Panelo, at ito ang Counterpoint. Do you know that Philippine internet speed has improved in global ranking? It has increased to 75.61 Mbps from 68.94 Mbps. And based on Ookla's Speed Test Global Index in July 2022, the Philippines now ranks 46 out of 182 countries for fixed broadband, and we are now 84th out of 140 countries for mobile. That's the good news. But the bad one is, despite that, mukhang ang katotohanan, marami pa rin ang hindi nakakarating at pinararating yung internet na yan. Yan ang problema sa ngayon. Sa pagbabalik ng Counterpoint, makakasama natin ang isa sa tagapagtaguyod ng abot kaya at mabilis na internet connection sa bansa. At yan ay si Mr. Dennis Anthony Uy, Chief Executive Officer at founder ng Converge ICT. Makakasama natin ngayon ang founder at Chief Executive Officer ng Converge ICT na nagbibigay ng internet connectivity sa 1.8 milyong kabahayan sa 440 na lungsod at munisipalidad sa buong bansa. 13.5 household passed, 55% household coverage by year 2023. They are the first in the Philippines to deploy NX 800 Gbps, enough to future-proof increasing internet users in the country. Please welcome Dennis Anthony Uy. Magandang gabi po, Mr. Dennis.
Magandang gabi, Secretary Sal.
Mabuti naman at napagbigyan nyo kami. Ang hirap nyo hagilapin sa dami ng trabaho nyo.
Basta ikaw nag-request, pwede natin push back yung ibang trabaho para sa iyo.
Salamat.
Sa mga viewers.
Anyway, kahit na sinasabing tumaas po ang standing ng bansa sa internet connectivity, Pero bakit po nananatiling mabagal pa rin ang internet?
Yeah, Atty Sal, ang Philippines is quite unique country compared to Asian countries.
Okay.
We saw many islands, no? We have 7,000 islands. Then, aside from this, we should, yung rollout ng infrastructure is harder than the single island. In terms of technology, pag-uusapan, right now we have fiber connected in my case. Converge, connect Visayas, Mindanao, and Luzon. The whole backbone is finished. No? Basic requirement ng isang infrastructure, the digital highway, dapat meron kang digital highway to able to connect all these cities and towns, municipalities. And follow by approach different technology, katulad natin na itong pwede connect yan by wireless, yung sa atin fiber. No? Next, pwede rin connect by satellite, yung mga non-viable to connect the island ng the economic of scale. Doon papasok lahat yung mga 3 technology to able to catch up the whole country. No? So sabi ko, pagdating sa speed now is a lot better compared before. Technology improvement, nandyan na. Ang problema natin, still 30% of our Filipino are not reachable by this technology yet, either way. Because yun na nga. So dapat ito hybrid. Sabi ko, pinag-uusapan itong technology, kung gusto ng pagtulungan na lahat, gobyerno, private, saka operator, lahat, in 2 years. No individual Filipino will be left behind. Dapat makonect lahat yan through this way of approach.
You mentioned yung fiber as distinguished from what?
Fiber kasi is a speed of light, no? It's a glass. Although yung speed niya, ang gagandaan ng fixed fiber broadband is more stable because it's a light all the way. And capacity-wise, unlimited kasi equipment na nagbabago. Unlike yung wireless, may limitation. And kaya nakikita mo sa mobile, may mobile data cap ka. Kasi kailangan mo mag-share sa isang access point kung saan nagkaharap sa signal. Yun ang difference ng wire and wireless. Kaya yung kagandahan ng nung nakita mo nagkaroon ng fiber lahat, people are like it fiber better because it's stable at the same time, reliable, and speed-wise is faster. Kaya yun ang advantage ng fiber compared sa mga ibang technology.
Maraming napo-frustrate dito sa internet, lalong-lalo na yung online classes. Dahil nga sa nangyaring pandemic, kaya tayo nagkaroon ng online. Problematic naman. How do your company respond to this?
What we did is, yun na nga, ang rollout is not that fast, no? So, as of today, umabot na tayo mga more or less 30 million household network. Kinonik na natin lahat buong island, no? So, imagine yung fiber linya, dadaanan mo sa individual bahay bago mo i-drop sa mga household. Number 1, fiber is stable, no? Compared to wireless. Yung wireless kasi pag nag-ulan yan, o kaya frequency noise, makakaroon ng interruption. Kaya makikita mo yung mga nako-complain yung mga customer. And at the same time, yung isang cell site, pag kulang, ibig sabihin yung distribution mo sa capacity, mas maliit. So pag nag-video lahat, nag-share kayo doon, medyo mahihina yung quality, no? So, isa yun. So, tendency, kailangan dyan i-upgrade, i-improve, Pagdating sa fiber, mas madali. So, katulad yan sa San Juan, yung binanggit mo, paano natin i-improve yung quality of fiber? Inumpisahan namin during the pandemic kay Mayor Zamora. Naglagay kami ng fiber sa mga 7,000 public schools students, which is LGU partnership with Converge. Kinonek namin lahat ang mga estudyante. So, they're so happy and stable connections in term compared do sa ibang mobile technology.
How do you speed this internet connection? Ano bang dapat talaga?
So, ang fiber technology gamit namin tinatawag na GPON, no? Ang GPON actually from my control room up to the home, we can deliver 1 gig connection. Technology nandiyan na. So, what we did is kinontrol namin, nag-start kami 25, ngayon nag-150 na kami. Soon, maging 200 pa yan sa entry level ng 1,500. Ngayon, ang tanong dyan, affordability issue din. Yung segment of the market, paano yung middle class, paano yung lower middle class. Dapat yung segment na natin, makakapture natin lahat. A, B, C segment. Yun ang pinag-aaral namin ng gusto ngayon, Secretary. Make sure lahat ng consumer sa Pilipinas, mabibigyan natin ng access. So we have come out with the prepaid platform. We will come out with a lower platform designed with fiber to able to reach individual Filipino homes.
What about this infrastructure upgrade? Is there any relation to this?
Yeah, it's big important. Because the technology in all technologies is copper, yung technology equipment doon, mga 1 gig, 2 gig lang. But now, he's talking about terabytes na because of the optics. Kaya nag-upgrade yung capacity. Kaya kahit sabay-sabay mo gumamit yung mga consumer ngayon, kaya na because upgrade of technology, infrastructure built, dapat naka-in place. Not only dyan in place, dapat naka-protected yan, naka-ring. In the event may maputol, meron kang protection routes. So all these things should be designed very well.
I recall during the SONA speech, si Presidente Ferdinand Marcos Jr. pushed for digital transformation. Ang tanong ko po meron na ba kang coordination between your company and the DICT?
Yeah, I think I mentioned this. I part of the private advisory council of the President for Digital Infrastructure. No? Ang lagi ko sinasabi, we need to make sure all our digital highway ready, number one, including access to the building, access to remote site, which is hybrid, binanggit ko kanina. Fiber, wireless, satellite. Combined together, wala naman na leftover. Lahat, kaya nasa bundok ka, nasa dagat ka, tumatakbo yung sakyan mo, kaya nasa bubunda, you have access. I-combine natin technology. So that's one, basic. And second, affordability para makaroon na access lahat. Third, yung ginagawa na DICT ngayon, nagbibigay sila ng mga free public Wi-Fi, all these things. No? Ang sabi ko, pinakamagandang technology ngayon yan, Wi-Fi is not suitable for outdoor.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah, it is not suitable for outdoor. Wi-Fi is suitable for indoor because of the environmental control, because of the frequency is unlicensed, maingay sa labas, kaya hindi mo makukuha ang stable Wi-Fi sa labas. Should be indoor. That's the technology. Then, I'm saying, more than 30% of Filipino cannot, no access yet. Sa isang sulok ng Zambales lang, yung mga pub ng mga island, kasi walang population. In fairness to this operator, they don't want to put the sessile there and to serve a few people. There's no business economic returns. Ito yung sinasabi kung kailangan pasukan ng gobyerno, ito yung mga unserved area, ito yung sinasabi natin missionary road, and which is, instead na gagamitin natin yung pera sa Wi-Fi access, all these things, idikit na natin dito para lahat masaserve. Which is, kailangan may public partnership to able to deliver this unserved. Kaya ito, kaya natin gawin right away. May ginawa ang DOST. Sila mismo nag-develop ng GIDA. Ang kailangan nilang gamitin frequency yung LTE. So, ibig sabihin, itong LTE frequency ngayon, hawak ng dalawang telco malalaki. Kailangan yan, pag wala ka doon sa lugar mo, i-allow, gamitin tong GIDA na to para ma-serve natin lahat. Kasi hawakan mo tapos hindi mo pinagagamit.
Papayag naman kaya sila?
Bakit hindi? Frequency, hindi naman yan sila may-ari. Ang may-ari ng frequency, gobyerno, Philippines. So, dapat yun, yung mga hindi nila nilalagyan, ipipipi natin para to able to serve this and with the government subsidy.
Will it affect their business if they...
Wala ka sila dun in the first place. Hindi ba kung nandun sila? No? Wala ka sila dun So, it's to able to cover the entire country. Kasi yung digital highway na yan, kung wala kang highway, wala kang access. Even yung sarap na supermarket, building, kung wala kang extender ng mga picocell, wala ka na yung access.
Anong gagawin natin, Sir Dennis, sa mga far-flung areas?
Yun ho ang binagay ko kanina. Katulad yung, there's a new technology right now. Actually, meron na kami sinetad na Earth Station. Pwede natin lagyan ng satellite. Bababa yung satellite, and then, eto na, i-access na natin.
Satellite.
Kasi may island ng mga 500 population, may island upland ng satellite is the best and quicker.
Yun bang ginawa niyo sa Cordillera, yung pinakiusap ko sa inyo?
Secretary, dininya ko all the way ng fiber yon. And buong Cordillera, lahat yan, dinagyan na natin ng fiber.
Tuwan-tuwa nga yung mga taga-Cordillera, nagkaroon sila ng internet connection.
Katulad itong island sa Batanes. Hindi possible na pwede maglagay ng fiber, pero how many years is going to recover and population is 4,000. Ngayon, ginagawa ng mga telco ngayon, nilagyan nila satellite. So satellite, the satellite, nalagyan nila sa site. Yun, para i-cover. Pero yung quality-wise, you cannot compare with... Pero at least meron, may connection at may access.
Hindi naman tayo mahihirapan doon sa satellite.
No.
Installing one.
Ang suggestion ko talaga, in due time, government should be have a satellite transponder
Dapat.
space. Dapat. Kasi 60% of the usage of the satellite should be government use. One, disaster country tayo. Once na hindi tayo na disaster, automatic pag pinatong mo yung satellite dyan, may communication ka na.
Okay.
2, military use. 3, border patrol. 4, for pang education schools. You can use this right away to connection. So you connect those who are unconnected. So etong pinakamabilis. And 60% usage of satellite should be in government. 40% using by the resort, this mining, yung mga malalayo ng enterprise, kasi kailangan nila ng communication. So this is the best technology. Meron siyang special application for that only.
What do you think is the biggest digital challenges that is facing our country?
Number one, siguro, adoption is very important. Yung tao, kung gusto natin. In fact, during the state visit of PRD that time in Korea, I'm there. I'm introduced the Korean Telecom. In fact, the NIF of government agency of Korea came out with a study for our Philippine government kung ano dapat gawin. Kasi Korea is number one. There are 7 consecutive years of ICT Award of UN ng most government readiness in terms of ICT sa buong mundo. So, bakit pa tayo mahirapan mag-isip kung ano-ano? We need how to listen, learn, and implement. Learn from others ng successful. I-adapt natin. So, that's quickest part. We can do it right away to transformation to the country.
Given the current situation, how many years do you think before our country will go fully digital?
The highway, I think on this, sabi ko, binanggit ko kanina, 2 years easily, kaya natin gawin yan. No? So, even yung transformation, yung platform itself, kailangan gawin yung cloud services, all these things. I think it should be involved private here. Hindi ko sinasabi hindi kaya ng gobyerno, but it took so long because of skill set, number one, capability, yun ang kailangan. So, once we involve private partnership here, I think they will they accelerated and very fast because we have experience already in this field to implement to the government.
Sa ngayon po ba, ilan ba kayong companies ang involved dito sa digitalization?
Marami. We have a lot of talent in Filipino. In fact, our good talents, minsan nga wala nga dito, nasa labas. Tinutulungan ibang bayan. Maraming technology na pwedeng i-ready, like Singapore, when they're successful. Ito nga national ID na natin sa 10 linggo, hanggang ngayon, wala pa. Why?
Wala ba? Bakit?
Oh, that's another issue. Sabi ko nga, kung tutuusin mo, kung makapag-isip ng maayos, bakit hindi mo ilagay sa QR code, i-download mo na lang, kaya sa issue mo individual 70, how many million, 110 million, kaya na mo matatapos yan. Printing mo IDs, kung isa na nagpiprint, how many years are we going to finish? So we should think a way how to digitalize it and how to go to the cloud and let people download to the cell phone, hybrid. You have QR code, you can go everywhere. Yung adoption natin mabilis. And in terms of digital, nung nagka-COVID tayo, meron tayo ko, yung PH, natin, nagagawa natin. This is the same concept.
By the way, how can your company and others help in the digitalization with respect to services of government para maging efficient, effective, and immediate?
Actually, Secretary Sal, the digitalization is already in a lot of first world countries, and they've been successful.
Okay.
Sample ko Korea and Singapore. The example of the health insurance, one is patient registration. Yeah, may na-connect na national ID, meron na siyang KYZ record. Pagpasok ng patient, alam niya, number, automatic, may database, naka-cloud na yan. Papasok sa hospital, dala-dala yung national ID, pasok sila. Even mag-check out na sila, hindi na sila mag-file. Automatically, mag-check out sila, yung PhilHealth, magbabayad na diretso sa hospital. Totally, this is paperless. So, hindi na kailangan yung one direct rules, saka individual people, katulad ngayon, mag-a-absent pa sa trabaho, magpa-file pa na ng mga claims, and then yung payment ng hospital, kina-complain, ang tagal-tagal hindi sila binabayaran. This should be, that's improvement of digitalization, totally seamless and totally paperless. That is the most efficient way and totally integrity. Walang kalokohan dyan.
And other countries have been doing it, so
Yes.
we cannot understand why we cannot do it ourselves.
I think this proven already in Singapore. You want to get a passport, you just online it. And they will give you a schedule. You go there, picture, and you get the passport. That's how quick it is. You don't let our people to queue. How many kilometers of long and nakabila sa araw. So this is a proper way how you adapt and success to other countries, improvement, and we just bring it here. And this is involvement with the government initiative and private sectors, and we can do right away with PPP.
What is your take on this compulsory registration of SIM cards?
That's quite important also kasi ang daming fraud kasi SIM card kasi sino 2-5 pwede bumili tapos walang registration. Nagagamit sa extortion, nagagamit sa whatever criminal activities. So once you have, sabi ko nga, babalik na naman tayo sa number 1. Once you have national ID, that's a perfect. And once you have national ID, you require all these telco companies just set up a platform in the cloud to able to register. Send national ID to me, send the SIM number to me, and upload it. And then within 30 days, dapat kung mag-comply ka, kung hindi, burahin mo na dyan. And that's registration you happen. And that's how quick it is. If you want to implement it. But national ID is important kasi kailangan natin idikit kung kaninong nag-issue yung SIM sa national ID. So that database is so important.
And you said earlier that in 2 years we can do this?
Yes.
Really?
If you want to do it, it's so quick. In 2 years, we can digitalize even segment by segment as quick as possible.
What should the government do to hasten, accelerate?
We need to listen. We need to learn. And when we see this applicable to us, and we adapt. And this is already in other places. It's not new to us. If you go outside country, it's not new to us. So that's, we find who have this capability and let government partner with them and make things happen.
Umiinit po ang ating talakayan. After a break, babalikan po tayo at yung personal level, yung buhay naman ng pribado ni Mr. Dennis Uy, ang ating kakalkalin. Kilalanin na po natin si Mr. Dennis Anthony Uy ng Converts sa kanyang personal na buhay. Pagpasok ko ng Administrasyong Duterte, pumailan lang ang pangalang Dennis Uy. At meron din isang Dennis Uy na sumikat. Kaya kung minsan nagkakalituan, sino ba si Dennis Uy? Kasi yung isang Dennis Uy, Phoenix. Itong isang Dennis Uy, Converts. Kaya tanong natin sa inyo, Sir Dennis, napagkakamalan ba kayo? Kasi siya tinatanong rin kung napagkakamalan na kayo eh.
Lagi, I think, maraming beses sa different agencies. Yeah.
So palaging you have to correct them.
Yeah. In fact, like yung mga hotel check-in, minsan yung address niya, ko, correct ko na naman. Minsan yung mga hotel, punta ako sa abroad. So pareho ng may mga file na kami. No?
Eh, lalo na siguro sa mga pag kailangan ng police clearance. Kasi maraming Dennis Uy.
Actually, maraming Dennis Uy kapangalan. Oo. Kaya nung ako nagkaroon ng pagkataon, ginawa kong second name yung Anthony. Dennis Anthony Uy.
Nabasa ko yung isang biography yung sa libro eh. Parang binabanggit doon na you work as a maintenance assistant of your uncle. Can you tell us about this?
When I started, because I'm from China, no? So 1978, pagdating ko, I don't no read, no write at all. I went straight to my uncle's supermarket. hilig ko lang
What's the name of the supermarket?
Johnny's Supermarket in
Sa
Angeles.
Pampanga.
Sa Pampanga. No? So, that's early
Johnny's.
70s. So, hilig ko, kailangan trabaho ko doon. Hindi ako marunong magwalis o magbukas ang pinto, magsara, kaya hawak ng susi. So, nakahiligan ko kasi meron siyang maintenance division doon. Yung walking freezers. So, meron siyang doon mga gumagawa ng nagliliwan ng motor, nagli-repair ng anything, refrigeration, yung condition. Doon ako nakahilig. Doon nag-umpisa lahat ng passion ko about this mechanical, electrical, including computers. And nagkaroon din sila ng mga video games dati, ako na nagli-repair. So, in high school ko, during nagtatrabaho, ay nag-aaral din ako. So, nahiligan ko yung computer, electronics. Nagbo-vocational course ako. Yung mga hours ng gabi. Doon ako nag-aaral din. So, halo-halo. Kaya ako napakahilig, passionate about this, learning about the technology. Nag-umpisa ako dyan sa Betamax, nag-umpisa ako ng mga recording ng mga tapes. Nagpunta ako dyan sa cable TV, na una analog, tapos nag-digital, tapos nag-dial up ako ng internet, and then hanap ng cable modem, now is fiber. So all this transition of the technology from physical tape up to the cloud now. Everything, this new segment past 30 plus years, naabutan ko lahat yan. Hindi ko binitawan.
Now you mentioned you came from China. Can you walk us through your story from China? What are the circumstances? What were the circumstances that brought you here? At kumusta po ba yung buhay niyo sa China noon bago kayo nakarating dito? At ilang taong kayo? How old were you then?
1978, I was only 11 years old.
11?
Yeah. My grandpa died here in Philippines. Matagal na sila dito. And my uncle also have a business here in early days. Yung mga Vietnam Wars, yung mga dyan sila nag-umpisa sa supermarket. No? So I think the third generation, doon ako pinanganak. Pero yung mga relatives namin sa Pilipinas, early days, mga 1930s, early days, 20s, nandito na sila. So yung hardship during that time is a cultural revolution.
Sa China?
Yes.
Now, yung Forbes profile ninyo sa magazine, nilarawan kayo as the only chief executive officer ng isang major Philippine internet company, Converge, na merong tech background. Paano nagkaroon kayo ng tech background?
Sec, when I'm young, no, itong mga computer, I'm one of the Sun Microsystem distributor noong 2004 sa Pilipinas. Yung mga malalaki ng computer ng sineserve ng mga bangko, mga malalaki, no. Nag-computer din ako, nag-program, may mga system software din ako company. Then every year of tech conferences in US, I'm the only Filipino member of Society Cable Engineer. And I'm the only Filipino founding the Asia Pacific of FTTH Council. Ginawa ko rin sa Philippines yung conference. So, ibig sabihin, sa mga updates of technology from outside, mas marami ako natutuhanan sa labas sa mga talagang industry focus na meron sila yearly ng conferences, doon nila papakita sa iyo ano yung bagong technology and ano yung trend of technology. Doon ko nakukuha yung mga adoption para dadin dito sa atin. Doon na ako nahasa ng gusto. Past 25 years, every year, hindi ako nag-absent sa mga conferences na yan.
11 years old kayo nung dumating.
Yeah.
And siyempre, you raise your family. Meron kayong asawa, di ba?
Yes.
Yung asawa niyo, di ba si Cecil ang asawa niyo?
Si Grace.
Sino?
Grace.
Kala ko ba si Cecil?
My wife, I met my wife.
Iba pala.
She worked with IBM Philippines before. So, perfect combination kasi accountant siya. Ako naman,
Pero Pilipinong yun, walang no...
Chinese.
Chinese din siya.
She born here. Dito siya. Okay. Yung mga third, lolo niya pa dito na. So, dasal God dyan. Nagtrabaho sa IBM. Then, na-meet ko siya. Perfect combination for magaling sa controls. Ako, business direction and technology. Kaya we found this Converge.
So kayong dalawa pa lang nagtatag nito?
Yes, sa Converge.
Oo. Bakit nyo naisip na itatag ito? What moved you into organizing?
I'm already in technology that time. Cable TV, nagbago yung technology, sinundan ko na lang. And I saw the needs of the Filipinos talaga. We totally left behind during this technology transformation. Naiwan tayo talaga eh. Dati, kung ano mabibigay sa'yo ng mga services, tanggapin mo, take it or leave it. Wala eh. Walang ibang option eh. So, nung pumasok yung fiber, nagising lahat. Because this technology is the fastest. Nung pumasok yung fiber, pati yung competitor ko, nagising eh. Diba? So, that's good for the consumer. No more competition you have in the market, people deserve a better connection. And we need weak competition, price will be drop and benefiting to our consumer. Challenging at masaya at nadala ko yung technology dito.
Anong karanasan nung kayo nandun pa sa China na hindi nyo makakalimutan?
Nag-aaral din po din kami. Suit ko yung, meron silang parang Boy Scout ng pulang, that's every day. Then after the class, kailangan ko tulungan ko yung pinsan ko na kumukuha naman damo sa bundok, tinutulak ko yung cart. So I still, that young age...
Nagtutulak kayo ng cart, ha?
Yeah,
Para pala yung mga bilyonaryo dito, nagtutulak din ng cart bago sila yung mga bilyonaryo.
Dapat dumaan ka sa hirap para ma-experience mo talaga bago makarating sa point ng...
How many kids do you have now?
I have 3 daughters.
Oh, puro girls?
Yeah.
Walang lalaki?
Wala akong boys.
Ano sila nga? Are they graduated?
They are graduate in British International School.
Wow.
3 of them, all of them in abroad now. 2 of them, one in New York, one in UK now. So sabi ko, emptiness na kami.
So how often do you visit them?
Just last month, I just came from, tinulungan ko nag-book sa UK yung bunso ko.
Natatandaan ko, nag-bid kayo doon sa telecommunications.
Yeah.
And you lost.
Hindi ako lost kasi last minute umurong ako.
You didn't lose.
Yeah, ang ginawa ko
Nag-withdraw pala kayo.
Kasama ko ang Korean Telecom. Nung inaral namin ng gusto, nagkaroon ng technical study, market study, and last minute, nag-withdraw kami.
Bakit?
I think it's so many reasons. And one reason is market viability. Number 1, saturation of the mobile industry, and the ARPU of the users is quite low compared to Asia. But the market need to improve kasi kaya with this competition nung pumasok, nag-improve din yung dalawa. Kailangan i-improve kasi kundi makakain nila sa market, right? So, one thing good nang meron third telco, actually sa size ng market ng Pilipinas sa population, I think kind of 4th and 5th pwede pa eh. No? So, ang sinasabi ko lang is yung mga Korean nag-study sa atin, nung kasama ko, medyo viability-wise hindi ganun kaano because of the capex, medyo malaki. So, with the current situation now, government came out with the tower share agreement, number portability, and maka-future pati infrastructure sharing agreement. Once you put this together, eto mga investor hindi na ganong mag-i-invest ng capex, maglalaban siya sa market. So, yun ang nakikita ko mas magandang direction to able to open up the industry and competition become deeper. Yeah.
Alam nyo, 2 taon na, I'm sure napansin nyo rin. Pag gumamit ka ng telepono, the last 2 years, namamatay, after a few minutes, dead. Pag may tumawag sa akin, nawawala na yung kausap ko. Bakit ganon? Ano ba talaga
Mr.
dahilan?
Secretary, kung pag-iisipan mo, kaya ng basic concept ang wireless. Ang swimming pool, kumasya ng 200 katao. Pag dinagyan mo ng 400 ang tao sa swimming pool, ano mangyayari dyan?
Siyempre, hindi masikip.
So, hindi ka na makakagalaw, which is, that's a concept of wireless. So, ibig sabihin, over-subscribe, lack of infrastructure.
Kaya pala. Kasi dati naman hindi, maganda eh.
Yeah. Kasi pag dumami yung users, dapat nag-expand ng sites.
Hindi naman.
Yeah. Ay, kung kulang yung sites mo, yung tower density against other countries, sabi ko, masyado tayo pinakabababa sa buong Asia.
Yun ang next na tanong ko. Bakit kulang tayo ng sites? Ba't hindi nagtatayo ng sites?
Hindi ho murang investment ang sa site. This cost you like $200,000 to $300,000 per site. So, end of the day, halos kung mapapansin nyo, yung mga density population doon ng halos may signal. Kung wala na density, hindi na maglalagay yung mga telco doon sa labas kasi wala nga economic of scale. Hindi nga sila pwedeng mag-return of investment. Kaya sabi ko, kanina binanggit ko, the best one, yung ginawa ng DOST, yung JITA, and through PPP, and through share frequency agreement with government para ma-serve natin yung underserved with the low cost.
Now, obviously, you succeeded in your business. Tell us, a lot of listeners and watchers, what is your secret in achieving this success?
For me, stay ground always, number one.
Stay what?
Yeah, stay ground. Number
okay.
two, you understand deeper the technology. Kasi yun ang pinaka bread and butter ng success ko. Pag hindi ko naintindihan yung technology, mahirap. Kasi itong field na to, ang daming mong tao magbibigay sa'yo ng senaryo. Tapos nakikinig ka. Pag hindi ka na-invest mo na, sunog ka. Dapat ikaw mismo, naintindihan mo yung technology, kung saan direction, saan magbabagay sa business. Dapat technology and entrepreneur may combination.
So, madalit sabi, bago ka pumasok ng negosyo, alamin mo yung negosyo mo.
Yes.
You should know what you're entering
Huwag kang
into.
pumasok ng negosyo na hindi mo naintindihan at sabi-sabi lang. And
Sabit yan.
babalik ka mo, pagsisisihan mo yan.
Yung pangatlo, meron pa ako.
Sipag.
Yes.
Importante yan. Eh, ano mo, pag-passion ka, hindi ka napapagod eh. Kasi gusto mo yung ginagawa mo eh. That's everything I learned from myself. Doon ko nakikita sa sarili ko eh. Pag interesting ka sa isang topic, interesting sa isang technology things, gusto mong i-go deep at hindi ka napapagod hanggang di mo natapos yan.
Okay. Pumunta naman po tayo. Meron segment dito nakakatuwa. Bibigyan ko kayo ng... Are you familiar with these emojis na tinatawag? We will show you some photographs and then you can make your reaction by showing any of those emojis as a reaction. And you can add. You can verbalize anything you want to say.
Okay.
Sige. First photo. Map of Pampanga. Okay. Next. Yung kapangalan nyo. Thumbs up. Okay. Why not?
Kaibigan ko naman siya. I know him.
Yan. Cone Clark Network.
Ito na rin to.
Hindi ba yung basketball team ng Converge yan?
Yeah. Swerte din. Tinalo namin yung Meralco. Tinalo namin sa Miguel.
Meron ba kayong imports?
Yeah, we got imports this time.
Thumbs up. Have you met him?
Yeah, I met him before campaign, after campaign, and event in New York. I met him.
So, you went with him in the U.S. trip. What is your impression of this president?
I think he's really want to make things happen for our country, especially in the two things he want to focus: the agriculture, food basket, and the transformation of the digital, what I mentioned. So that's why I'm helping, being a private advisory council group, I'm helping his administration to make this digital transformation happen.
Okay. Next photo. Former DICT Secretary Greg Onasan. Thumbs up. You've had dealings with him?
Yeah, he's a good friend.
Next. Marami pa dyan. Isa lang?
Oo.
Kasi yung iba, lahat din nila.
Ano to?
Care.
Oh, sama din yan.
Ano
Dalawa dapat. Pero paminsan sabi, wala. Ito, dalawa. Yan. Oh.
What is her endearing trait to you?
Well, very, strict in terms of...
Strict?
in terms of policies. Kasi accountant, mahigpit. Normal yan. Then, she's very, when the kids grow up, talagang nandyan yan. Yung direction ng bata, natututukan niya. So, yung mga anak ko, sabi ko nga, mali yata nung pinadala ko sa America Education. And they've been one of all the good schools. Pag nandun na, ayaw na umuwi. So, that's that part. But for the kids, and they're happy because all of them mostly in the Ivy League schools.
How are you as a father to these tres Marias? Are you the doting father or the strict father?
No, ako daw nagbibigay sa akin ng spoiled. No?
Spoiler ka pala.
Nagagalit yung wife ko sa akin. Pero, I'm very close to three of them. Every now and then, nakakausap ko sila.
Next. Ano yan?
Ano
Mga
po
no access yung mga bata sa internet.
Yan, ito sa talaga to. Because they did deprive the service.
Yeah.
They deserve better. So that's why when these people underprivileged, the only quality and better education to uplift them. No? So that's why when partner with this kind of services to public, I'm always extend necessary help to these people.
Next. Oh yan, the controversial Elon Musk.
Wow na lang.
Wow.
Ano siya? He's, yung utak niya totally different. So,
Why different?
Meron siyang disruptive technology ng, which is showing some impossible, but times naging impossible din. No? Pero there is no such, it's high risk. No? Katulad yung ginawa niya Tesla, but it's successful, takes a while, right? Yung ginawa niya itong mga satellite things, no? That's different segment technology, and that's good. And another one, gusto niya gumawa ng battery generation on the future, DC power. Futuristic, in short. But as of today, wala pa. Not easy.
Parang ahead of his time.
Yeah. And meron siyang may sariling mundo. That's exactly, I know. Yeah.
Next. Kalderetang kambing.
That's my favorite.
Ako rin, type ko yan, kambing.
That's my favorite food. I'm still...
You cook?
No. I learned eating kambing in Pampanga. So, every now and then, my brother's still cooking some food for me. Pinapadala niya rin.
When you were a young boy in China, what was your favorite food?
China is kamote. Yeah, that's early days. They just boil it. And kamote mixed with congee. That's only food we have. Very seldom you can eat this
Kala
pork.
ko pansit.
No,
Noodles.
that's early days. Noodles have some, yeah. But hard to find you eat the rice during that time.
Hard to find. Because no production of rice?
Pag kumakain ka ng rice during that time, ano ka na, medyo kaya ka na. Kumakain
upper
ng
level
dahon ng kamote na kinakain ng probinsya.
Dahon ng kamote?
Yeah, probinsya kami. Yeah.
Albon, masarap naman yun.
Probinsya.
Health food. All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Dennis Uy of Converts, not of Phoenix.
Thank you,
Salamat po.
Secretary. Anytime, thank you, Atty. Sal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you po.
Sa pagbabalik ng Counterpoint, aalamin natin ang bagong kwento na kapupulutan ng aral, impormasyon at inspirasyon. Diyan lamang po kayo. Huwag kayong alis.
Ayon sa United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, ang mga tinatawag na person with disabilities o PWDs ay ang mga may pangmatagalan na physical, mental, intellectual o sensory impairments. Sa pinakahuling datos ng Philippine Statistics Authority, mahigit sa 1.4 milyon na katao sa Pilipinas o 1.6% ng kabuuang populasyon na 92.1 milyon na katao ang may kapansanan noong 2010. Ayon naman sa World Health Organization o WHO, may 10 milyon o 10% ng kabuuang populasyon ng bansa ang may kapansanan. Upang mapangalagaan at maproteksyonan ang kanilang karapatan at mga natatanging pangangailangan dahil sa kapansanan, maraming batas at polisiya ang nakatuon para sa kanila. Sa kasalukuyan, ang National Council on Disability Affairs o NCDA ang ahensya ng pamahalaan na may mandatong bumalangkas ng mga patakaran at pag-ugnayin ang mga gawain ng lahat ng ahensya, pampubliko o pribado, ukol sa mga isyong kinahaharap ng mga may kapansanan.
Ako po si Mateo Lee Jr., Deputy Executive Director ng National Council on Disability Affairs. Isa pong attached agency ng DSWD. Ang ating opisina ay matagal na pong nag-a-advocate ng persons with disability. Ito po ay yung opisina namin, hindi po ito nanggaling sa isang pagkagawa lang ng dati itong opisina under the office of the President. At ang nag-create nito ay ang dating Pangulong Marcos, yung senior, si Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Dati po kaming National Commission Concerning Disabled Person under ng Presidential Decree 1509. At ngayon, na-attach kami sa DSWD sa panahon po ng Pangulong Aquino. Ang focus namin ay policy formulation, program development, monitoring, research and data banking, at lalong-lalo na yung mga batas natin ng may kinalaman sa kapansanan.
Ang kauna-unahang batas na naipasa sa bansa para sa persons with disability ay ang BP 344 o Accessibility Law noong 1983.
Ito yung Batas Pambansa 344 na nagtatakda ng lahat ng pampublikong establishments at private establishments for public use ay dapat po may mga facilities para sa person with disability. Ang susunod dyan ay noong panahon na po ng 1992, nagkaroon ho tayo ng Magna Carta for Persons with Disabilities.
Taong 1992 nang maipasa ang RA 7277 o Magna Carta for Persons with Disability. Ito ay isinilang upang protektahan ang mga PWDs sa mga iba't ibang maaaring maging hadlang upang maging buo at epektibo ang paglahok nila sa lipunan. Layunin din ng batas na magkaroon sila ng pantay na oportunidad katulad ng iba. Mula nang unang maisabatas ito noong 1992, nagkaroon na ito ng 5 amendments.
Yung Republic Act 7277 at yung Magna Carta for Persons with Disability na amendahan ulit, Marami ng pagbabago. Pumasok na po ng 2000, dahil po noong 2008, pumasok po yung Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Niratify ho natin yung Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability sa UN, kasama ang Pilipinas na nagsulong niyan. Dahil dyan, nagkaroon ng maraming amendments yung Magna Carta.
Taong 2007, nang unang naamyendahan ang RA 7277 at nagdagdag ng iba pang probisyon sa ilalim ng RA 9442.
Doon 9442, yung sinasabi natin 20% discount, na naiisagawa rin yun sa sunod na amendment na katulad ng senior citizen. Ito po ay hindi lang po 20% discount na binibigay sa person with disability. Kung hindi, pinagbabawal din po yung gawing katatawanan at i-ridicule, public ridicule, yung mga may kapansanan. Bawal pong gumawa ng mimic o making fun of. Lalo ngayon, uso-uso sa social media, yung mga TikTok, ginagawang gimmick, yung mga person with disability, yung mga prank na yan, So, yan bawal.
Noong 2013, Muling naamyendahan ang RA 9442 at nagdagdag ng probisyon kung saan pinalalawig ang pantay na karapatan ng persons with disability sa pagkuha ng trabaho at naglalaan ng 1% pampubliko o pribado man na mag-empleyo ng taong may kapansanan. Pagpapalawig ng insentibo ng PWDs sa pamamagitan ng exemptions at iba pang fees.
Maliban dun sa yung 9442, dinagdagan pa yung amendment ng 20% discount, ginawang VAT exempt na rin, pinarehas din sa senior citizen. Yan yung 10754.
Ang pinakahuling amendment sa batas ay noong 2019.
Meron tayong Republic Act 11228. Yan po yung para sa package, PhilHealth coverage exclusive for person with disability.
Bagamat may mga batas na pumoprotekta sa mga taong may kapansanan, payo ni Mateo Lee Jr., Deputy Executive Director ng NCDA sa kapwa niya PWDs,
huwag tayong mawawalan ng sikap sa ating sarili. Kailangan lagi tayong may motivation, mga kapwa ko magkapansanan. At nandito ang inyong pamahalaan. Huwag kayo maiyang lumapit sa pamahalaan. At hindi naman, although sabihin natin may mga pagkukulang kami, may mga limitasyon kami, pero itinatag ang pamahalaan para sa tao, para sa may kapansanan. Yun po yung aming palaging sinasabi na kung wala kayo, wala rin po kami.
The pandemic has highlighted the vital role of internet connectivity in the efficient delivery of services, whether in school, for online classes, work from home, and services for government transactions. As the world becomes digital, access to it is not only a privilege, but it has become a matter of right for everyone. Join me again next week as we engage with some of the country's most influential and controversial personalities. I am Atty Sal Panelo, and this is your Counterpoint. Ngayong gabi sa Counterpoint, alamin natin ang istorya sa likod ng kontrobersya. Kilalanin ang mga personalidad at mga paninindigan ng bawat panauhin. Magbibigay ng liwanag sa mga isyung mahalaga sa lipunan. Ako po, si Atty Sal Panelo at ito ang Counterpoint. Kilala bilang Tiger City of the Philippines o kaya'y Metro Manila's heart. Ang Mandaluyong ay isang first-class, highly urbanized city sa Metro Manila. Narito makikita ang mga nagtataasang buildings na nagpapahiwatig na ito ay sentro ng komersyo at trabaho. At kapag sinabing Mandaluyong, may isang taong nakakabit na yata sa kanyang pangalan, ang lungsod. Sa pagbabalik ng Counterpoint, makakasama natin ang nagbalik mayor matapos ang higit sa 2 dekada, si Mayor Benjamin Aballos Sr. Kasama natin ngayong gabi ang isang veterano at dekalibring alkalde. Hindi lang yan. Ito po ay champion ito sa golf. At saka meron yata akong disclosure. Para alam nyo, ang disclosure ko naging kliyente ko rin po siya sa kanyang controversial na kaso. So, welcome ang ating pong guest, si Mayor Benjamin Aballos.
Salamat. Salamat, Padre. Salamat.
At ang una siyempre yung tatanungin natin, alam nyo, Mayor Ben, marami nagtatanong, bakit pa siya tumakbo? Di ba dapat nagre-retire na si Mayor Ben? Ang dami ng serbisyo sa bayan. So can you tell us why did you run?
Alam mo, Padre, magmula na mamatay si kumadre mo, para bang wala na, tapos na sa akin ang lahat. Pero naisipan ko, I have to go on. Binala ko sana, I have been in the executive, I have been in the judiciary. Gusto ko naman sana sa Kongreso. Pero sabi ng mga anak ko, huwag na dyan, Dad. Nag-umpisa ka sa Mandaluyong, magbalik ka sa Mandaluyong. So nagbalik ako sa Mandaluyong para kahit na paano, makatulong naman tayo. Ang laki na nangyari because of the pandemic. Ang dami na wala sa Mandaluyong. Alam niyo na naman, wala kaming industry sa Mandaluyong. We merely rely on taxes coming from businesses at saka dun sa mga hotels natin doon, sa mga restaurants, sa lahat ng ganyan. Pero nagsarado ito. So talagang about 50% of our revenues nawala.
Pero bago ako pumunta dyan, Mayor Ben, nabanggit nyo na kayo dati sa judiciary. I'm sure maraming hindi nakakaalam. Ano ba naging posisyon nyo sa judiciary?
Ako yung judge doon sa capital town of the Rizal Province, Pasig.
Okay.
Kasi nung araw, hindi ba, meron tayong RTC, meron tayong judges of the capital towns, at saka meron tayong ordinary municipal judges.
So that was your first position after being a lawyer?
No. After having been a lawyer, I was first appointed as acting city judge of Pasay.
Okay.
In place of Judge Marquez.
So Judge Marquez pala ang pinalitan nyo. And then after that?
But then I resigned for reason of delicadeza.
Pagkatapos kailan kayo tumakbo?
And then nag-fiscal ako sa Manila.
Nag-fiscal pa kayo?
Yes, sir.
Meron niya,
Yes, sir.
judge na, nag-fiscal
After
pa.
that, nag-judge ako sa Pasig. And then, come 1980, I resigned to run for mayor of Mandaluyong.
Mayor muna?
Oo.
And then, nanalo kayo? Pero hindi kayo
Unfortunately,
pinaupo?
Hindi ako napaupo. Oo.
Gusto niyo ikwento o hindi na lang?
Huwag na siguro.
Kung bakit hindi kayo napaupo.
Kasi-
Sige. So, ang tanong ngayon, matagal na kayong naging alkalde. 20 years ago yun, di ba?
26 years ago po.
26 years ago pala.
1998.
So, anong difference between now and nung kayo'y huling naging
Malaki
alkalde?
po, malaki diferensya.
halimbawa?
Kasi noon, ang income namin was only about 1 billion to about 1.5 billion. Ang pinalitan ko nito, mahigit 6 billion na ho ang kita eh. Kaya naman, apektuhan kami nitong pandemya.
Pero as mayor, yung mismong estilo nyo
Malaki na rin ho eh. Kasi nung araw, if you remember, no, ang taong gumagastos sa iyo eh.
Okay.
Ng kampanya namin nung araw. Taong gumagastos sa iyo. At saka, hindi pa uso yung hingian nung araw eh. Ngayon, ang dami nang nanghihingi eh. And that is one thing I want to bring back to our people. The culture na, yung delikadesa. Natatanda ko kasi, ang mga magulang ko, nung araw nangungutang lamang, nahihiya pa, dala-dala ng titulo. Ngayon, ang mga tao, manghihingi lamang, mayabang pa eh.
Galit
pagka binigyan mo, pagka hindi mo binigyan, galit pa. Hindi ba? Yun ang gusto ko mawala sa atin. Look, we have this mendicancy law. Pinaparusahan natin yung mga nagpapalimos. Pero yung mga taong lumalapit sa atin, maayos ang damit, under the guise of team building, kunyari, yung pala mag-excursion lamang, ipanghihingi. Yun ang dapat parusahan eh. Yung mga taong pagkatapos magpa-party, iimbitahin ko kunyari, yung pala iasa sa yung panghanda. Yun ang dapat parusahan. That is one thing I want to do away. Let's bring back that culture na meron tayong hiya. Alisin natin yung panghihingi at umaasa dun sa mga nakakaawa, mga nakaupo.
Mayor Ben, what are your plans as mayor ngayon? Marami pa po kayong plano?
Alam mo na naman, parang Sala, ang naging diin ko, number 1, kalagin sa tanikala ng pagiging mangungupahan at squatters ng ating mga kababayan. Pangalawa ay ibalik ang talagang edukasyon, ibigay ang edukasyon, sapagkat sa pamamagitan lamang edukasyon, magkakaroon ng magandang kinabukasan ng ating mamamayan. But higit sa lahat, ayoko na ni isang tao walang pagkakataon madalang anak nila sa ospital na walang pagkakataon. That is why we have modernized our hospital now. From a 65-bedroom, mabubuksan namin ito with 350 beds capacity. At meron tayong mga modern equipment dito. Meron tayong CT scan, an MRI is coming. We have increased all our doctors. Ayoko kasi na isang tao ipapasok ng ospital, ilalabas mo dahil sa walang ganitong espesyalista sa ganitong uri ng sakit. Para kayo yung hospital na yan. Ayoko ng ating pasyente, ilalabas mo sa ating hospital dahil sa wala tayong ganitong equipments. Pangalawa ay bubuksan namin ang aming City College. So darating na sabi ko nga, bigyan natin ng magandang kinabukasan ng ating anak sapagkat tandaan natin, edukasyon ang pinakamagandang kasangkapan upang ikaw ay magkaroon ng magandang puhunan sa kinabukasan.
So, relative to education, is it free? Mula sa
Yes,
elementarya, high school hanggang college?
Modest aside sa amin sa Mandaluyong, hindi lamang libre. Pati uniforme, pati kasangkapan, laptop, lahat na yan libre.
Pati allowance?
May allowance pa rin. Ang gagawin mo na lamang ay ipasok ang iyong anak sa eskwela, kaya meron kaming batas sa Mandaluyong na kapag ang isang bata ay walang dahilan kung bakit hindi na ipasok, tatawagin ng magulang. At maaaring kunin sa iyong anak mo, ibigay ito sa ating DSWD.
Ay, doon naman sa housing, meron ba ngayong programa dyan?
Ngayon alam mo, nagtataka sila. Ngayon, meron akong pinagagawang housing project na with 1,000 beneficiaries. Ang target ko nito ay mga street sweepers, yung mga maliliit. Marami tayong mga job orders. Hindi lang sa amin. The whole of Metro Manila, probably the whole province or the whole nation. Magkano sweldo nila? 265? Paano mabubuhay yan? Minsan pagkain natin sa restaurant, kulang pampantip yung 265 So what I did is to up all this. Wala na sa amin ganyan sweldo. Ngayon, pinakamababa namin sweldo is 10,000 a month. Pangalawa, sila ang bibigyan natin itong housing project na ito. Sabi nila, paano mayayari? Ito walang perang siyudad ng Mandaluyong. I made arrangement with our Pag-ibig, with Land Bank, and with Secretary Acusar. At 2,200 a month, meron ka ng 2 bedrooms unit.
Yun lang ang babayaran nila.
Yun lang babayaran nila, Padre. At ang target natin dito yung mga maliliit na tao. After this 1,000, simultaneously magkakaroon tayo another 2,000 units. Ang target ko rito in 2 years' time is about 3,000 units.
Gano'n ba karami yung walang bahay dyan sa Mandaluyong?
Marami pa at nakakalungkot nga na hanggang ngayon, alam mo na naman ang mamahal na lupa sa atin
Marami po bang squatter sa inyo?
The whole, ang Mandaluyong is only 1,124 hectares. 240 of which walang pakinabang. 120 is welfare bill, correctional, and mental. Another 120 is wakwak golf. Wala naman tayong kita sa wakwak golf other than the real estate taxes. Kaya patay na kaagad dyan 240 na yan. Ang pakinabang namin dito is only about 1,000 hectares. No? Meron pa rin yung mga malilingkit nga mga barangay namin Kaya dito lamang kami kumukuha ng income.
Maliban pa doon sa education, housing, hospitals, ano pa yung programa under your administration?
Salamat. Ngayon, I have encouraged the investment in Mandaluyong. Kaya nga, sabi ko sa ating kapulisyahan ay to assure investors in Mandaluyong, let us have a stable peace and order situation. Sapagkat kahit na anong husay ng alok mo sa kanila, kapag ka ang lugar mo ay magulo, kinatatakutan, walang papasok na investors. Kaya ang kabilin-bilin ako sa ating mga pulis, ang ating mga barangay captains is to maintain a stable peace and order. No?
You mentioned yung peace and order. I remember yung riding in tandem. Meron kayong ordinansa na pinagbawalan. Hanggang ngayon ba, pinapatupad pa yan?
Hindi natin ang galanan itong pandemya eh. Kasi nga hindi naman po pwede. Pangalawa, wala na ngayon eh. Maganda na ngayon ang situation natin eh. Kaya ito napakagandang batas dito. Kaya lamang, I do not know, natalo kami sa kaso rito dahil sa may nag-file ng kaso, ito daw ay pagkait ng paggamit ng sasakyan. Sabi nga ni Bernhard, who is the author of this, napakaganda eh. Kasi kung mapapansin mo, yung mga nangyayaring mga snatching na ganyan, mga pambabaril, hindi ka pwedeng mag-snatch kung iisa ka lang. Hindi ka pwedeng mambaril kung nag-iisa ka lang. Kaya napakaganda nitong batas na ito. But somehow, we have to follow the law. Sinabi hindi kami pwede. In the meantime, we suspended it.
Now, marami akong nagko-komentaryo, gaya na sinabi ko kanina, na nasa edad kayo na dapat nagre-retiro na kayo. So, sabi nila, bakit ka pa tumakbo? Sa tingin nyo ba, is there an advantage at your age to be running a city like Mandaluyong?
Yun ang sinasabi ko, no? It's not the age.
Okay.
It's your, siguro, ewan ko ba, nagkaroon ako ng obsession after the passing away of your kumadre. Na ipangako ko, hindi lamang sa aking mga anak, because let's face it, let us move on, whatever happens. Una-una, meron kang pamilya na dapat umaasa sa iyo. Pangalawa, wala na akong gagawin. Sabi ko nga sa mga tao sa Mandaluyong, na ako'y nahalal na, tandaan ninyo, ang City Hall ang aking magiging bahay at kayo, ang extension ng aking pamilya. Para bang nagkaroon na ako ng obsession sa buhay na paglingkuran ko ang aking mga kababayan. Pagpatuloy yung inumpisahan ko ng araw tungkol sa pabahay, sa hospitalization, sa education, at pagbibigay ng employment sa ating mga kababayan.
When you were mayor 26 years ago, how did you describe yourself then? Anong klaseng liderato ang pinakita niyo sa bayan?
Ang nangyari sa akin I want our people not for fear. I want them with love. Sabi ko nga you try to win your people na mahiya sa iyo. Hindi natatakot sa iyo. Pagka ang tayo mahiya, kahit na nakatalikod ka, irirespeto ka, kahit na nakatalikod ka, gagawin ang gusto mo. Hindi dahil sa takot ko, hindi dahil sa pag-alang-alang sa iyo.
How would you describe your leadership now?
Well, the same thing.
The same thing. Walang pinagbago.
Walang pinagbago.
I remember, matagal din kayo naging chairman ng Commission on Elections, di po ba?
Yes.
Ano kung kaibahan bilang mayor at maging chairman ng Commission on Elections?
Well, alam mo, it's how you relate yourself with the people below you. No? Nung ako ay nasa Comelec, siguro, nakita mo naman, I open my doors to everybody. Hindi kailangan yung... I don't want people to go to your office pagkatapos dahil because of too much, hindi ka makakausap, no? Kahit na sino tanggapin mo, kahit na anong kailangan kausapin ko, yun ang importante. Open your doors to any and everybody who wants to see you.
In terms of burden of the responsibility, anong kaibahan? Mas mabigat ba bilang chairman ng Comelec as against mayor of city?
Pareho rin
Pareho din.
Kaya lang, ang Comelec, very demanding kasi nationwide. No? Marami yan. You have to deal with several cultures. Alam mo na, lalo na sa Mindanao, iba ang kwan doon. Tanggapin natin na doon hanggang ngayon susunod yung mga datu-datu system, yung respeto nila sa matatanda. Kaya akala nila nasisiro sila doon dahil sa dinadaya sila, hindi nila alam na pagrespeto at paggalang lamang doon sa kautusan ng kanilang nakatatanda.
What would you consider your greatest achievement when you were still mayor?
With my...
Yung kayong mayor 26 years ago, anong pinaka-greatest achievement na masasabi?
Well, ang Mandaluyong nung araw, when I assumed office, was only noted for correctional and the mental. Either yung kulungan o kaya kulungan ng mga taong nakakasala o kaya kulungan ng mga taong medyo may diferensya sa utak. Kaya nga pag naalaman nung araw na ikaw'y taga Mandaluyong,
sa
sa loob o
loob,
sa
sa
labas. After 2 terms, pag naalaman taga Mandaluyong ka, sasabihin ng kausap mo, maswerte ka. Tatanong mo, bakit gwapo ng mayor ninyo? I mean, because of the achievements. There was a time, Mandaluyong became the city of malls. Ang liit ng Mandaluyong, but we have several malls. We have Mega Mall, we have Shangri-La, we have this Manuela, we have yung Greenfield, and then we have Robinson. Imagine, ang liit-liit. Kaya nga nung araw, binibiro kong Pasig eh. Tinatanong sa akin, ano boundary ng Mandaluyong to Pasig? I said, where civilization ends and antiquity begins, that is the boundary. But considering the wide area, the big area of Pasig, ngayon, iniwanan kami 3 beses yata ang laki ng income sa amin ng Pasig.
Okay, umiinit po ang ating talakayan. Sa pagbabalik po ng Counterpoint, pupunta naman tayo on a personal level sa ating bisitang Alcalde, Mayor Ben Aballos. Silipin naman po natin ngayon ang personal na buhay ng ating Panoorin. Mayor Ben, can you tell us, how was your childhood?
Alam mo, kung babalikan ko yung aking kabataan, hindi ko akalaing I would be where I am now.
Oh.
Ang mga magulang ko ay mahihirap lamang. My father was a farmer.
Okay.
Hanggang sa hindi niya kayang magsaka sa Pangasinan, nag-stowaway siya.
Alright.
Nanirahan sa dito sa Caloocan. Ang nanay ko naman was a local girl.
Oh, what?
Local girl. Yung bang mga parang outside. Kaya ako as early as when I was still in the elementary, nagkakadi na ako sa wakwak.
Okay.
I have to support myself studying throughout my high school days as a kadi. Why? Because at that time, wala pang libreng high school. Maliban to sa Rizal High School. Ang Rizal High School, although malapit ang Pasig sa Mandaluyong, but at that time, hindi ka pwede mag-aral sa Rizal High School kung hindi ka magbo-board. Hindi kaya ng nanay kong mag-boarding para sa akin, kaya natuto ako mag-kadi just to support myself to study in high school. And then, somebody plucked me out of caddying, offered me a job. Akala ko kung anong trabaho, yung pala factory worker. Okay na rin sa akin because kahit na paano ay libre naman. Meron ka ng kita buwan-buwan, sigurado ka nakakakita. Unlike being a caddy, kung hindi ka makalabas, wala kang kita. And the whole college days, I have been working first as a factory worker and then as a janitor, messenger, until I rose to be their lawyer.
Oh, okay Teka muna, meron ba kayong mga naalalang hindi nyo makalimutan, mga episodes nung kayo'y kadi pa at kayo'y nagtatrabaho?
Ang hindi ko makalimutan ay yung, kasi at that time, iba ang trato ng mga kadi eh. Nakakulong lang kayo sa isang lugar, tatawagin ka nung kadi master, kung minsan oy, magwalis ka muna dyan. Pagkatapos, alam mo na, at that time, ang pagkain ko ay isang monay. Nung araw, uso-uso pa yung ice cream ang laman ng monay. That was my lunch. Yan ang hindi ko makalimutan. At nung ako naman ay nagtatrabaho na as a messenger, gusto kong kahit na paano to support myself sa studies. Madalas na nananghalian ako, bibili lang ako ng 10 pesos na kanin, 20 ulam, hindi ka naman pwedeng kumain sa opisina, doon ka kakain doon sa, there is a room sa mga toilet nung araw, malalaki yung mga toilet nung araw meron silang bodega, ang mga janitor. Doon ako kumakain sa loob noon. Those are the things I cannot forget in my life.
Nung kayo'y kadi, I'm just thinking, meron ba kayong nakitang prominenteng tao ron?
Marami.
Na sinabi niyo sa sarili niyo na gusto ko maging kagaya?
Hindi yung mga amo ko. Doon ako naiigit sa mga anak nila. Nakasama nila naglalaro na mas matanda lamang sa iyo. But sad to say, Sal, yung mga anak, because they grew up na spoiled, mayayaman ng mga magulang, hindi nakapag-aral. And one of them I saw. Naawa nga ako eh. And that is where I saw the value of education. Yun sinasabi ko, ang pera madaling mawala, pero walang kapalit ang karunungan. At yung isa, nakita ko na nakatira dun sa one of our informal settlement, yung Block 5, dun sa may mental hospital. Imagine na anak ng dating member sa Wakwak. Why? Spoiled sila, lumaking spoiled. Siyempre, mga magulang, wala rin kwan, yun ang masama eh.
Nung kayo'y naging abogado na, di ba, practicing kayo, baka gusto niyo ikwento yung mga episodes nyo nung kayo nagpa-practice, nung tayo magkakilala, nung kayo'y pumasok sa laban sa mga...
Ang hindi ko makalimutan, natatandaan, doon tayo doon sa Laguna.
Sa Los Baños.
Sa Los Baños. Malapit doon sa camp ng military camp. Nagsasalita tayo ng revolusyon. Tapos yung turn was called to speak. Nagkataong umambon. Takbuhan lahat ng mga tao kasi mababasa. Sigaw kayo ng sigaw ng revolusyon. Ulan lamang, takbuhan kayo. Nahiya kami, balikan kami. Nakakatuwa ang laban natin ng araw.
I remember, kasama ka sa...
Kaya lamang, pag upo noon, ewan ko, bigla ka na naman nawala.
At pagkatapos,
nagpunta ka no, ang kliyente mo, natatanda ko si First Lady, Imelda Marcos.
Kasi parang inapi naman yung mga kalaban natin nung nanalo naman kami.
Doon kita nakilala. Hindi ko mo kinampihan mo whatever it is. Doon ka, no? Pag nakita mo yung isa, naagabyado na kahit na naging kalaban mo, still go out of your way para tayuan siya.
Anyway, nung kayo'y di naging mayor na kayo, di ba? Anong nagtulak sa inyo na tumakbo?
Noon? Ang dami ko kasing karanasan nung ako'y bata. Nung judge ako, you wait for people to reach your court to give justice.
Okay.
Nangyari na. Whereas, kung alkalde ka, you can prevent the happening. Yun ang nagtulak sa akin. You can prevent abuses, you can stop abuses ng mga tao. Kaya nga, when I was a judge, I was not happy. Kaya nag-resign ako noong 1980 to run. Because I have had sad experiences when I was young. Natatandaan ko, we were accosted by police officers, kasama ko yung tiyahi ko, kapatid ng tatay ko. Naglalakad kami. And they want to take advantage of my tita. Siyempre, umalma ako. High school ako noon eh. Sinampal ako ng police. Nung magsumbong ako pa may kasalanan. Interference daw in police investigation. Ano police investigation? Kasi wala na makasalanan yung tita ko.
Alright. Meron nung episode sa buhay niyo nung kayo'y ikinulong.
Yes.
Ikinulong kayo dahil nagkaroon ng kaso. I remember nung makulong kayo, minisita ko kayo.
Yes.
And sabi ko sa inyo, I remember what I told you. Sabi ko, Mayor Ben, alam mo yung mga nakukulong, nagiging great. You remember what your response was to me?
Hindi ba huwag na ako maging great, wala akong makulong.
Kaya ako natawa.
Tama sa akin, remember, ang mga nakukulong nagiging great. Ano sabi ko sa'yo? Di ba wala na ako maging great, wala akong makulong. Ang hirap makulong. More than 8 months.
What were you thinking when you were inside prison?
Sabi ko, ano kasalanan ko? Bakit ako nagkaganito? Bakit niyo ko pinakulong? Yung pala para makilala yung mga anak ng mga para abandoned children o kaya mahihirap. Naging scholars po sila padre, lahat sila. 5 of them are now gainfully employed. 4 of them have finished colleges. I supported them. Yung palang dahilan. Sa loob ng SPD.
Yung kaso naman ng city, ano naman naging feeling nyo nun?
Tapos na kaagad yun eh. Ang bilis eh, without presentation of evidence on our part.
Demurrer kaagad.
Yes. Hindi kamukha nito yung electoral sabotage. Sabi ko nga mandaraya ako. Ang kuya ko nga, natalo, kumandidatong, when I was chairman, kumandidato na party list. I could have ordered my people sa Comelec, bigyan nyo to because at that time, 250,000 votes. Kayang-kaya kong kunin niya, ipandaya ang kuya ko. But no, when I was chairman, yung manugang ko, 2 beses ko mandidato, talo. Pagkatapos ipandaraya ko, ang isang senador, ano ba naman?
Hindi pa ako natatagalan nung pumanaw.
Electoral sabotage, kaya nga walang piyansa.
Hindi pa ako natatagalan nung pumanaw ang inyong maganda, mabait na kabiyak, si Ma'am Cora. How are you coping?
Napakahirap. Sabi ko nga ang hirap mawalan ng asawa, kaya kayo po na may mga buhay pang kapiling sa buhay, let them feel your love. Walang time, walang kwan. Let them feel your love while they can still feel it. Pagka nawala na po yan, kahit na anong pagmamahal, wala na, hindi niya na mararamdaman. At maaring, siguro dahil sa basado tayong busy, kaya nga masama ang loob ko.
Gusto niyo sabihin, hindi niyo nabigyan ng naparamdaman ng gusto?
Panahon ng aking asawa Kaya sometimes I feel guilty. Maniniwala ka pa, hanggang ngayon, pag napag-uusapan yan, I cannot help but feel it.
Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. Meron kayong anak ngayon na isang cabinet member, si Benhar, isang abogado rin. Ito ba kumukonsulta sa inyo?
Oh yes. Ang gusto ko just about, this is one thing, no? I never interfered when he was elected as a mayor, and you have never seen me at the City Hall. But hindi lang alam ng mga tao na siya napupunta sa bahay. Darating si Benhar, minsan 2:30, mag-uusap kami yung dalawa because alam niya gising pa ako noon No, because I grieve the loss of your comadre. Magkukonsulta yan. Napakabait ng bata.
Tell us, what is your legacy?
My legacy to my children is the love, the respect. I have never lifted a hand on them. Pero isang tingin ko lamang, Padre, sa matter of fact, yun ang sinasabi ko, win your children with love, not with fear. And that, sa bagay, kung hindi dahil sa ganyan, siguro, kung hindi ganyan ang biyanan, kung ganyan ang biyanan ko, baka hindi ko naging asawa si kumadre mo. She was 17. Nung itinaanak ko siya.
I remember na kinikwento niya sa akin, paano siya napauhan niyo.
Oo, hindi sinasadya yun. Natakot lang sa father niya, natakot sa biyanan ko. Binigay sa akin ng telepono, sabi ng biyanan ko, narinig niya, I will shoot you down. Sabi ko, bakit mo naman ako mabarilin? Wala naman akong ginagawa sa anak ninyo. Nagtaan na lang kami because of that. Because of the fear to their parents. No, wag nating palakihin ng bata na may takot sa atin. Instead, yung parang kaibigan mo, trust one another. Sana po ganun maging attitude ng mga magulang.
Nung binanggit niyo yung legacy niyo sa mga anak niyo, ano naman ang legacy niyo sa bayan?
Ang legacy ko sa bayan, the same thing. Win your people with love and care. Let them feel that they are a member of your family. Kahit na wala ka ibibigay, kausapin mo sila. Hindi ang tao naman maiintindihan nila You cannot please everybody with material things, no? But you just talk to them, give them your time. Kaya nga ako bukas ang pintuan ko to everybody. At yan ay malalaman nila. Umisa naman Bakit ang tao, pag napunta sa opisina na isang tao, kung hindi nila makakausap, how would you feel, hindi ba? Of course, when you go to see a person, you prepare for it. Tapos how disappointing it is na hindi mo makakausap yung tao. Kaya kung minsan up to 7 o'clock, isa in the office.
Kahapon lang meron akong kausap, sabi sa akin, nagkantay po kami ng kalahating araw, hindi kami naharap. Kawawa naman.
Talaga.
Talagang.
Masakit yung ganun hindi ba?
Now, how do you want to be remembered by people?
Well, I want to be remembered at least for the love I have shared with them, for the things I have done for them, and somehow how I was able to improve their life. Yung mga maliliit na nabigyan mo ng hanap buhay, yung mga maliliit na kahit na paano natulungan mo mag-edukasyon, yung mga maliliit na kahit na paano nakaalo sa kanilang health, at higit sa lahat, yung nabigyan mo ng trabaho.
Napunta ko naman tayo sa... Meron kaming fan segment dito, Mayor Ben. Nasa ba yung mga emojis natin? Meron ako ibibigay na... Ayun. Itong... Alam niyo na ang ibig sabihin dito, no? May papakita kaming larawan. Ito ang i-react nyo.
Ano yung mga ganyan? Hindi ako sanay sa mga ganito. Ano ito?
Ito... Ha, ha, ha. Laughter, kumbaga. Ito naman is... Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Ito is care. You care for the person. Kung sino makikita niya sa picture mamaya. Ito naman is sad. Nalulungkot kayo. Ito of course, heart. Love. Love ito. Ito naman is wow.
Wow.
Okay. Ito naman angry.
Ano yan?
Angry.
Angry.
Galit ka. Yan. Papakita ko namin yung mga photos.
Okay.
And then, ipapakita nyo sa screen kung anong reaction nyo. And you can also verbalize kung ano pang gusto nyo sabihin. Anong ating first photo natin? Yan.
Wow. Very demanding sa iyo.
Pumili kayo ng emoji at ipakita nyo sa screen.
Hindi ko alam to eh.
Kung love nyo, care kayo.
Well, I love her. But then, sabi ko nga sa iyo, she is one lady na very demanding. Very demanding.
Pakita nyo
Hinahanapan niya ang kanyang mga members ng kabinete sa kanyang mga trabaho. You remember, the first time she left abroad, hindi ba, pag-alis ng presidente, lahat ng cabinet officials go and see her off sa airport. Palakpakan kami.
So ano ipapakita niyo dyan para sa kanya? Itong puso?
Well, I love her.
Hindi, ipakita niyo.
I love her. But then, as I said, iba si presidente dahil sa demanding siya sa kanyang mga cabinet officials. You know, when she left for one of her state visits, lahat kami mga members ng kabinete, babay sa kanya sa airport.
Tapos?
Sabi namin, wow, no more classes kung mga bata. 11:30 ng gabi, tumatawag sa akin. Sabi ba naman Ben, sana sumama ka sa amin dito. Sabi ko, ma'am, bakit ho? Hindi na kami natulog sa Brunei. Dito na kami nagtuloy sa Singapore. Sana nakita mo itong mga ilog dito. Ang gaganda. Sabi ko sa loob-loob, Ma'am, how can I do that in Metro Manila? May mga squatters tayo rito sa Aquan, di ba? Pero napaka-ano. And yet, sabi nga niya, look, pag ako'y nagalit, I do not chew you. Nagagalit ako because of your performance. But after that, wala na. Ganyan siya magmahal.
Next photo. Sino yan? Si Presidente.
Napakabait.
Alin ang mamili kayo dyan? Ano?
Napakabait. Alin bang mabait dito?
Ayan, may thumbs up.
May thumbs up. Alam mo, one time I had an occasion to have dinner with him. Meron silang pinag-uusapan, meron nabanggit si, I do not to mention somebody's name. Nagagalit yung ginawang kalokohan. Alam mo, sabi ng Presidente, let's forget that. Dahil bahala ng konsensya sa kanya. Sabi ko, how forgiving. Siguro, ako man, kung ako nasa sa pwesto ng mga, I would have the same feeling. Kaya, thumbs up po tayo, Mr. President.
Mabait nga yun, mabait.
Napakabait, very forgiving.
Next photo. Ayan.
Wow, fighter.
Alin dyan?
Alin ba dito ang fight?
Wow, saka thumbs up o ano?
Thumbs up ang Presidente. Alam mo, thumbs up, yung ginawa nating paglaban talaga sa droga. Mr. President, I salute you for that. Ang totoo po niyan, sabi nga po ng anak kong babae, for the first time in her life, she feels safe walking along the streets na walang nananalbahe, walang nananakit, no? At yan po, diyan po kayo malaki kinalaan.
Si Girlie to o si Joy?
Si Girlie, padre. Alam mo na naman, very critical yung babae na yun, no? Pero ang paghanga niya, ang sabi nga niya, Dad, next time you see the President, sasama naman ako. Gusto ko magpakuha sa kanya. Up to now po, masyado po kayo iniidolo. And moreover, Mr. President, you know, when my wife and I entered the hospital because of COVID, salamat po sa pagtulong ninyo. At that time, wala po yung remdesivir. Kayo po ang gumawa ng paraan para po kahit na paano ay Matulungan niyo po kami. We cannot forget that, Mr. President. And moreover, giving my son the
Position.
opportunity of working for you as a MMDA chairman, you opened the door for him. Nakilala po siya, siguro dahil dito, kinuha po siya ni BBM para po maging campaign manager niya. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. We can never forget you for that.
Sabihin niyo kay Girlie, sumama siya sa amin pagpunta sa Davao na
Ay, naku,
mabisita.
matutuwa yun. She would be very, very happy.
Next photo. Ayan. Comelec.
Comelec. Well, I never had the best opportunity to go around the country until I work at the Comelec. Siguro po ako the first, I would say, the first chairman na nakabisita magmula sa kadulduduhan ng Abra hanggang sa Tawi-Tawi, Padre.
Oo, talaga.
Especially during yung nitong biometrics natin. You know? Nakakatuwa nga eh. Alam mo itong mga Muslims kung minsan, maglalagay ng turban o kaya gagawa. Tapos ipaparehis yung mga anak. Kitang-kita mo naman, 14 years old, sasabihin ng magulang, sino bang nanay? Ako ang nanay niyan. Alam ko kailan pinanganak niya. Wala naman silang birth certificate. Ang sabi ko sa kanila, tanggapin nyo na lang. Anyhow, yan naman ipoprocess pa natin. Meron tayong biometrics, makikita yan lahat. No?
Okay.
Yan ang hindi ko makalimutan sa Comelec. Those are the experience. But then, ang pinaka-importante is how I was able to relate myself to the people. Modesty aside, hanggang ngayon, puntahan mo ang Comelec, itanong mo, who are the most loved chairman of the Comelec?
Okay. Next photo.
Uy, the most demanding.
dating chairman.
Grabe yan. Sabi nga kay Benhar when he was offered this MMDH, huwag mo ka akong tanggapin yan. Unang-una, ang traffic. Pangalawa, ang waste management. Pangatlo, pakikisama mo lahat sa mga mayors na yan.
mayor.
Because as a chairman, hindi alam kasi ng ibang mga chairman, you are not supposed to lord over them. You're supposed to be their coordinator. In short, para messenger kanila para utusan kanila And that is how I submitted myself. But one thing I'm proud of is when there was this problem sa Comelec, lahat sila, they adopted a resolution, nire-recommenda nila ako bilang chairman ng Comelec. No? Sabi ko nga sa kanila, bakit ayaw niyo na ba sa akin maging chairman? No, sir. This is a recognition of your leadership sa amin sa MMDA.
And humility. Kasi kung hindi ka humble, sigurado hindi ka nila i-endorse.
Yes. Uy, sa CTE.
CTE.
Ewan ko kung paano ko nadamay dyan. I was president of Wakwak din. Alam mo yung nasirang General Mendoza. No?
Si Leandro.
Itong tao, yes.
Cabinet member
Siya,
natin.
I think that was one of the reasons why he had a stroke or kung ano man nangyari sa kanya because of the CTE. Ang ganda-ganda ng offer ng CTE. Ako naman, bilang presidente ng Wakwak, they are not members there. I thought I was doing everybody a favor. Yun ang ginagawa nilang meeting place. Kasi mahilig sa golf yun. Si General Mendoza may nag-golf. So, as president of the Wakwak, nandun ako. I play host for them, I provide them the facilities. Tapos nilang, I join them for, iniiwanan ko na sila. Ewan ko kung bakit ako nasangkod dyan Lumalabas na ako daw, middleman. How could I be? I do not know anything about communications na ganyan.
Well, nabswerte naman kayo doon. So,
Kaya nga, pagkatapos nakakaawa naman. Sabagay ako, I also pity him. Losada ba? Losada? Yung pala naman, inaasahan niya, kasi makakaroon siya ng kaso, inaasahan niya na patatawarin siya dun sa kaso, Timo. Siya nang found guilty. Doon siya ngayon. Affirm pa yung kanyang decision. I think he is now serving sentence.
nakakulong pa, di nakalimutan ko na nga siya.
Nakakulong, nakakaawa naman.
Meron pa akong ipapakita sa yung pictures, Mayor Ben. Ito yung isa. Kilala mo to. Yan.
Well, one thing I can say is she has been very caring during her time.
Caring.
During her time. pinatayo niya heart center, lahat yan, no? It shows with caring for our people.
And it shows you're forgiving too.
She's forgiving too, yes.
Ikaw, kako, you're forgiving. Tayo na lang nagkakaintindihan. No?
Oh, wow.
Yan, anak nyo. Benhar.
I love my child. You know, he sacrificed having COVID, staying with us sa hospital.
One more. The love of your life.
Malungkot ako, pare. You know,
You're sad.
I feel sad losing her, padre. After 61 years of being married together,
But this one, syempre,
of
kasama
course,
yan.
I love her. I'm sad, but I love her. Thank you.
Okay, babalik po muli ang Counterpoint.
Ito, akala ko ikaw yun.
Karamihan sa PWDs o person with disabilities ay walang boses upang ipaglaban ang kanilang sarili laban sa iba't ibang uri ng diskriminasyon. Subalit, may pagkakataong kailangan manindigan at tumayo para sa sarili. Ito ang kwento ni Jen.
We found out that she is deaf when she was like 1 year old. After New Year, like, di ba normally pag New Year have na may ma-aftershock pa ng mga paputok. She was just like standing sa labas, sa may kanal. And then may pumutok na parang tira-tirang paputok doon. And as in, wala siyang reaction. So my lola found out na parang, why si Jenny parang walang reaction? Katabi lang niya yung pumuputok. Yeah, so my mom decided na ipa-check siya sa doctor. Ayun, so nung nag-check siya na yung lahat ng sound, parang nasa isang room, we found out na closed yung, parang wala siyang, yung eardrum niya is closed. So talaga totally blank. My mom cried. First yung yaya yung nag-cry. Sabi ni mami ko, parang at first, why? Why me? So na-trace, parang third generation na kami. Nahirapan silang to admit, to accept. Kasi parang, how? Kawawa siya. Wala siya marinig. Parang feeling ng mami ko noon, sobrang kawawa. Parang hindi siya mabubuhay. Yeah, so she asked for like help, work, school. Good thing, na-send siya sa school. Like on her age, like 3 years old. She start na siya mag-school kasi other deaf. Late na sila mag-go ng school eh. Luckily naman, yung mom ko, meron siyang friend. So, in-introduce yung SAID. So, she graduated like elementary, high school, and sa Miriam College pa. As computer? Yeah, computer operations, yun ang course niya. So, yun. Tapos nag-aral din siya ng culinary. She also studied like culinary. Tapos, since computer operations siya, nag-work din siya sa telecom. Pero short time lang.
Sa loob ng 30 taon, maraming trabaho ang pinasukan ni Jen. Subalit, hindi siya nagtatagal. On and off siya rito dahil hindi nawawala ang mga diskriminasyon na kanyang nararanasan.
Since nga feeling niya, discriminated siya from other normal people, marami siyang jobs for 30 years of her life. On and off. Parang pasok dito, tapos after like 1 month, alis na naman. Because they don't believe in her. Kasi nga, deaf siya, wala siya marinig. Chismisan sila ng chismisan. Parang kay Jenny kasi, malakas yung feeling niya na someone is talking behind my back. So she knows. And like, for example, sa HR siya, but she's doing other job, not as HR. Parang, she always left behind. Parang they left her na parang, bobo naman yan eh. Pipi naman yan eh. Bingi siya. Parang they can do anything to her kasi nga bingi siya, deaf siya. But akala nila stupid siya. They don't treat her as normal. Even nga na deaf, pero you hired her eh. So you believe on her ability, di ba? but why are you treating her like she's nobody? So, luckily, parang as time passed by, met niya si Elise kasi coach niya si Elise. Parang Elise is conducting like coaching. Tapos nag-meet sila sa parang LEAP. It's an organization din, parang sa seminar or what. Na-meet niya. So, parang nag-offer si Elise sa kanya ng, parang if you wanna put up like school. Yeah, so she decided na mag-start up ng company ng 2018. Which is yung Hand in Heart ngayon. Yeah.
Sa kabila ng nangyari kay Jen, naging biyaya ang pagsubok na kanyang dinanas upang paunlarin ang sarili. Kaya't nang magbukas ang oportunidad, naging daan ito upang tulungan ang sarili at ang iba.
Doon niya na-realize na, I still have my worth. I know my worth. Parang I can do more. So, since it happened to her, being discriminated, that's why he stand up for the other deaf. Parang siya yung representative na if I'm here now, you can also be here for where I am. Yun yung vision niya. Kaya she never stop helping other people like deaf. Even like small job, just to prove her na you still can do more. As a sister, I'm more proud for her than myself. Yan, iyak ako. She knows.
Tunay na hindi hadlang ang kapansanan upang manindigan sa karapatan at tulungan ang sarili upang makapagbigay inspirasyon at tulong sa iba.
Ako, normal ako ha. I can hear. Pero I'm broken. Pero siya, despite her disability, na-achieve niya yung gusto niya sa buhay. Personally, sa kanya, mas happy siya eh. So, pas makikita ko na mas marami siyang achievement kaysa sa akin. As ate niya, di ba? Ako empleyado, ako siya boss. Di ba? Sino may magiging proud doon, di ba? She showed us na parang hindi ako pabigat. As family, she parang kinuha niya kami. Instead of us lifting her, she's the one who lifted us.
Sa susunod na linggo, alamin natin ang ginawa ni Jen upang matulungan ang iba pang may kapansanan gaya niya na makahanap ng kabuhayan.
Join me again next week as we engage with some of the country's most influential and controversial personalities. I am Atty Sal Panelo, and this is Counterpoint. Ngayong gabi sa Counterpoint, aalamin natin ang istorya sa likod ng mga kontrobersya. Kikilalanin natin ang mga personalidad at ang kanilang mga paninindigan. Magbibigay linaw sa mga issue na mahalaga sa lipunan. Ako po, Atty Sal Panelo, at ito ang Counterpoint. Ngayong gabi, pag-uusapan naman po natin kaugnay sa entertainment industry. Usapan natin ang mga taong nasa likod nito. Mga taong nagbibigay buhay sa pelikula, sa musika, sa paglikha ng mga istorya na nagsasalamin sa totoong buhay. Ngayong gabi, makakasama natin ang award-winning director, singer, songwriter, at producer sa Pilipinas, Direktor Njel de Mesa, sa pagbabalik ng Counterpoint. Kasama natin ngayon ang isa sa mga influential personalities sa entertainment industry and all-around performer. Please welcome Njel de Mesa.
Boss, maraming salamat. In-invite niyo ako dito. Pinaghandaan ko talaga. Kailangan nakaporma ako pag si Atty Sal ang kasama ko.
Tama ka. Agree. Anyway, unang-una, marami nagtatanong sa akin, kasi yung spelling ng pangalan mo, kakaiba eh. Ano bang kwento ng pangalan mong Njel?
Ginawa po kasi ako ng mga magulang ko sa Belgium. So, ang J, pronounced like a Y, parang Johan. Pero actually, ang katotohanan din nun, Nathaniel po kasi siya eh. Tapos nung dati, may isang network na kabilang din po ako doon. Yung cheque ko, nami-misspell nila kasi kaya nilang Daniel, Kathniel, pero hindi nila kayang Njel. So, naninil nila. Tapos, pag sinispell nila sa cheque, N-E-I-L. So, legally, I had to like make an affidavit that it's N-J-E-L. At least they misspell it. Pero, they mispronounce it pala. Pero hindi nila nami-misspell.
Pero yung sa birth certificate mo talagang J.
Opo. Opo.
Tell us about your work in the entertainment industry.
Ako po ay isang storyteller. Ang tawag po nila sa akin filmmaker, pero mas gusto ko po yung storyteller kasi kwentista po talaga ako. Tsaka nasa music po. Nasa music. So pareho po tayo ng hilig.
Songwriter ka din.
Singer-songwriter.
Lahat yata pinasok mo na.
Opo.
Ano ba ang hindi mo pa ginagawa?
Notary public po. Hindi ko po kaya yun eh. Kasi kailangan ng ilang years po ang kailangan bago.
Kailangan magano ka muna. Kumuha ka ng bachelor's course.
Oo.
Tapos kukuha ka ng abogasiya.
Oo.
Kukuha ka pa ng bar exam.
Oo, kailangan pumasa sa bar exams. May kaibigan kami na magbabar exam.
Ganun?
Oo nga.
Kumusta naman yung iba pang talent? Chasing girls.
Sana talent ko, boss. Galing naglalakad lang po ako, boss eh. So hindi ko mahabol masyado.
Teka muna. Mamaya na yan. Ang balita ko, you're known for itong mga ginawa mo, contradiction.
Contradiction po yun eh. Ginawa ko po yun sa yung paborito nating Pangulo, si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, para suportahan po yung kampanya kontra droga niya. Kaya contradiction. Arang gano'n.
Iba palang pagkaintindi. What about yung respeto at subtext? Ano naman yun?
Yun po mga pelikula. Yung respeto po na isulat ko po yun, rap, balagtasan po yun. Tapos yung subtext, nanalo po yun ng first prize sa Don Carlos Palanca Awards.
Palanca Awardee ka pala. Congratulations. Pero ngayon yata judge ka na ron.
Nagja-judge po ako paminsan-minsan sa Palanca. Ngayon lang nga po sila nakabalik pagkatapos ng pandemic. So, congratulations.
Pero kakaiba ka sa lahat ng mga nakilala ko kasi ikaw, director na, singer pa, songwriter, producer, ano pa?
Tumatanggap ng labada po. Yun.
So, how do you find your work? Are you self-fulfilled or you want to reach greater heights?
I think it's one and the same thing, boss Pero ang nangyari po nung nakaraang administrasyon po, nakatulong po ako sa bayan. Yung po yung pinaka-proud din po ako kasi alam po natin na yung puso po ni Pangulong Duterte ay para po sa mga mamamayan talaga. So, proud po ako na nakatulong ako sa kanya sa pagpapalawak nung kanyang gustong adhikain, yung mga sinusulong niya. Kagaya po ninyo, siyempre. Kaya idol namin kayo sa mga ganyang bagay.
At saka, I remember, naging very active ka rin sa kampanya ni BP Inday Sara.
Yes, boss. In fact, yung meron po akong single na Mahalin Natin ang Pilipinas na halaw po yun sa ibang mga binitawan niyang mga salita din nung panahon ng kampanya.
Mamaya, papakantayin ka namin doon sa kanta mo yan.
Sige po.
Tapos, ano naman ang mga hamon dyan sa loob ng industriya sa'yo? Challenges?
Mahirap po ngayon kasi mag-produce ng pelikula kasi hindi pa po bumabalik, boss, yung mga manonood sa loob ng sinihan. Natatakot pa rin po sila. Tapos, gayon ng pandemic po kasi, nasanay na po ang mga tao na nanonood ng mga pelikula sa cellphone nila, sa mga subscription video on demand na platforms katulad ng Netflix, mga Amazon Prime, HBO Go, ganun po. So, nasanay na po silang ganun. Kaya hinihiling po namin na sana masuportahan ang pelikulang Pilipino, ang lokal.
Paano? How?
Sa pagpapanood po ng mga sa sinihan po, Yung tinatawag pong theatrical releases. Yung po, para manumbalik po yung sigla ng mga... Kasi mahal po yung pagproduce ng mga pelikula din po eh.
Hindi ba merong mga pelikulang maliit lang ang pondo tapos ano na kagad?
Yes, boss.
Nakakakuha na. Ano
Opo.
tawag doon?
Indie.
Mga indies?
Mga indies din po.
Kumusta ang development ng indies? Malakas ba ang attraction?
Opo, depende din po sa mga kwento po kasing kinukwento. Pero ang problema po kasi, boss, kailangan din po suportahan ng gobyerno po yung mga independent filmmakers.
Yung as a producer, ano bang nakita mong kaibahan at kahirapan, difficulties as a producer before and after pandemic? Or even during, dahil
Opo,
hindi pa tayo tapos.
mahirap din po nung pandemic. Yung dati po, mas masigla po yung industriya noon, mas madami pong nagpo-produce. Ang problema lang po dati noon, piracy. Pero ngayon po, nahihirapan mismo makalikom ng mga manunood. Diretso na pong ibinibenta ng mga producers yung content sa mga video-on-demand platforms.
Sa tingin mo, anong dapat ng pamahalaan gawin para makatulong dito sa industriya?
Para po sa akin, halimbawa meron po tayong tinatawag na Film Development Council of the Philippines. Makatulong lang po sa pagpopromote, magkaroon ng makinarya sa pagpopromote po ng mga lokal na mga likhain ng mga producers at saka ng mga directors, mga manunulat, mga ganyan. Sapat na po yun kasi may budget naman po ang FDCP, for example, na humiram ng or umupa ng mga billboards sa EDSA or sa Kalakhang, Maynila or sa nationwide po. Makatulong po na magkaroon ng omnibus siguro na poster or awareness campaign parate, buwan-buwan, para kung ano yung mga lokal na ipapalabas, para lang sumigla po. Yun po, isa po yun sa mga naiisip ko imungkahi din po sa Film Development Council of the Philippines.
Merong napag-usapan yung binanggit mo yung masigla. Mas masigla yata yung mga Korean movies dito sa ating bansa at merong nagpapanukala na iba na lang natin yan. Anong masasabi mo doon?
Hindi ko po alam kung alam po ni Senator kasi alam magkakakilala naman po tayo. Pero hindi ko po alam kung batid niya na meron po kasi akong thesis tungkol sa soft power ng South Korea. Ang gobyerno po ng South Korea ang pondo po nung tinatawag na K-wave, yung K-drama, K-pop. Ang nilalayon po kasi nila noon, may armas po kasi ang North Korea, so may hard power. So, to counterbalance the hard power of North Korea, they wanted to exemplify a soft power by infusing the rest of the world with their culture, their heritage, their arts, so that the rest of the world will fall in love with them. And just in case there's a conflict between North and South, then almost the entire world will be rooting for the other person, for the South Koreans.
So hindi ka pabor?
Saan po?
Doon sa pagban.
Ako po, hindi po. Kasi paborito ko din po yung mga K-drama. Pero alam ko din po yung intention ni Senator noon kasi si Apo Lakay po, dati po, nilimitahan niya po yung pagpasok ng mga concert. Yung mga foreign artists para mag-concert dito sa ating bayan. Yumabong po yung OPM dahil po dun sa initiative po ni Apo Lakay noon. So, palagay ko, na-inspire lang po si Senator na gawin yung ganon. Masyado lang pong malakas yung salitang ginamit niya na iban. Mahal na po ng mga taong bayan tong K-drama. Ang maigi po, gawin po sigurong template ng gobyerno yung ginawa sa South Korea na suportahan din po yung sining dito sa Pilipinas.
Now, as a director and performer yourself, nanonood ka mo, di ba?
Opo.
Kung titingnan mo yung mga Korean movies,
Opo.
kukumpara mo sa Pilipino,
Opo.
anong tingin mo?
Malayo po. Pero po...
What do you mean malayo? Malayo magaling sila?
Sa kalidad po, sa quality, aaminin ko po malayo sila. Pero kaya rin po yun ng mga Pilipino. Sigurado po ako. Kung yung budget nila, yung budget ng mga Koreano, meron din po yung mga Pilipino, matutumbasan po natin yun. Yun po ang paniniwala ko. Kasi pag napapanood po tayo ng mga locally made TVCs, na isang araw, 30 seconds lang po yung shooting nila, yung palabas, pero buong araw nila sinushoot po yun, di kalidad po eh. Yung mga lokal na ginagawang TVC, so kaya ng equipment natin, kaya ng mga tao natin, kaya ng mata ng mga artisans natin.
So when you're saying quality, referring sa technology?
Sa budget po.
Sa budget?
po.
Hindi sa acting?
Hindi po.
Hindi sa
Hindi po.
kwento, sa istorya?
Yung sa kwento po kasi, ang hindi po nalalaman ng iba, nalilimitahan din po yung mga manunulat natin sa kung magkano yung budget. So kung halimbawa, imbis na isulat nila 10 kabayo, 1 kabayo na lang, parang ganun ba. So kaya yung imahinasyon ng mga writers natin na lilimitahan po. Yun po yung...
Ibig mo sabihin, naapektuhan pala yung galing ng artist natin sa pera?
Medyo po. Kasi naniniwala din po kasi ako na wala yan sa pana, nasa Indian yan, di ba? Parang ganon. Pero naniniwala din po ako na kapag magaling yung Indian at mahusay yung pana, mas maganda yung kalalabasan. So, goes hand in hand po ang tingin ko. Pero nakikita ko po na kaya din po ng mga Pilipino.
Ayun sa acting, kasi ang napansin ko sa mga American films, hangang-hanga ako sa kanila kasi lahat sila, pati extra, natural na natural kumilos.
Tama.
Tinitingnan ko rin yung mga Koreano, mukhang ganun din.
Tama.
Samantalang sa atin may magaling na artista,
Tama
pero
po.
yung mga ibang kasama nila, halata mong hindi.
Tama po.
Diba?
Tama po yung obserbasyon nyo, boss. Ang nakakatawa, kasi merong mga artista mismo na gustong gumawa ng mga workshops para sa mga extra. Kasi minsan yung mga lead actors, naiinis sila kapag hindi mahusay umarte yung mga nakapaligid sa kanila, naapektuhan yung pag-arte nila mismo. Tama yung obserbasyon ninyo. Pero kapag iisipin ninyo na yung extra, binabayaran lang 500, 1,000, parang, tapos mag-workshop pa sila, pambabayan din, ipambili na po nila yun ng pagkain at gamot para sa mga kapamilya nila. Mag-workshop pa sila, parang hindi pa na-equate yun dahil third world mentality pa rin po. So, kailangan po talaga, kung halimbawa, magandang obserbasyon po ninyo, ang FDCP po siguro pwedeng manguna, magkaroon ng mga kurso para sa mga extra, sa mga supporting roles, mga acting intensive workshops. Pero kaya po yan ng mga Pilipino basta magkaroon lang po sila ng paghahasa.
Sana nanonood si Tirso.
Si Kuya Pip, opo.
Para yun magandang programa yun.
Opo.
Project, saka dapat libre.
Opo. Kasi
Para
maliit na po
mag-improve.
nga yung budget para sa mga extra eh. Pero tama po, boss, yung magandang punto po yung nilabas ninyo. Magandang
Kasi
pag-usapan
yun ang
niya.
napapansin ko, lahat sila magagaling eh.
Opo.
Natural, lahat kumilos.
Opo.
Pero sa atin, may saliwa yata ang kilos ng isang ito, 2, 3. Di ba?
Tama
Dapat
po.
talaga mag-aaral.
Minsan nga po, di ba, yung mga extra, tumitingin pa sa camera, tapos biglang makikita ninyo.
Bihira kasi makakita ang mga Pilipino na, kasi usually, magaling mag-direct,
Opo.
magaling mag-arte, magaling sumulat, magaling kumanta. Ikaw kinuha mo na lahat eh.
Parang kayo, boss, di ba? Hindi nila lubos maisip na magaling kayong kumanta. Nagugulat na lang sila.
Magbabalik po ang Counterpoint after a few posts at hahalukay naman natin ang personal na buhay ni Njel de Mesa. Puntahan naman natin ang personal na buhay ni Director Njel de Mesa.
Hot seat?
Ang unang tanong, dahil multi-talented ka
Yes, boss.
let's talk about your parents.
Opo.
Ano ba ang yung mga magulang? Meron ka bang pinagkunan sa kanilang mga kagalingan?
I come from a family of educators. So, mga teachers po at ginapang po ng tatay ko po, yung edukasyon ko po sa Ateneo. Ang tatay ko po ay isang premiadong theologian with a doctorate degree sa Belgium niya nakuha. Kaya nabuo po ako sa Belgium. Kasi doon po siya talaga based. Tapos bantog po siya, one of the 50 most famous theologians around the world. So ang tatay ko po ay gusto ko pong i-honor parate. Gawa ng nawala ko po siya nung graduate na po siya dahil sa pandemic, graduate na po siya at hindi na po namin nakakasama ngayon.
But your mother is still alive?
Opo. Kasama po namin ang nanay ko po. Ang nanay ko po, teacher din po. Matagal nang nagturo sa Assumption at sa iba't ibang mga paaralan. Kaya nung graduate po ako, nagkaroon po ako ng foundation para sa mga mahihirap, para magturo sa mga mahihirap. Tapos, nagturo din po ako sa iba't ibang mga university. Bago pa po ako makagat ng hilig ko sa filmmaking, sa musika, yung ganun po.
Ilan kayo magkakapatid?
3 po kami magkakapatid. Middle child po ako.
Middle child?
Opo, middle child.
Ilang lalaki, ilang babae?
2 pong babae. Ang panganay tsaka bunso. Yan po.
Alam mo, minsan may nakita akong libro mo. Gumagawa ka rin ng libro, di ba?
Opo. Marami na po kong mga librong nailimbag din.
At ito'y tungkol saan?
Mostly mga plays po. Magmula po nung nanalo po ako ng Don Carlos Palanca Awards, nagkaroon ako ng encouragement at motivasyon para gumawa pa po ng maraming plays, theater plays. Tapos, kadalasan nagsusulat din po ako ng mga essays, tapos screenplays, yan po yung mga hilig kong isulat, tsaka tula.
I remember, pinakilala mo sa akin yung tabiyak, si Shirley.
Si Shirley.
Okay, bakit tumawa?
Hindi po Shirley, boss, si Miss Jan. Si Miss Jan. Andun po siya, baka marinig kayo ni Miss Jan. Pagdudahan pa ako pag uwi namin, tapos pagalitan ako. Hindi na ako pakakainin yan.
So dati mo lang girlfriend yun?
Si Shirley.
Anyway,
ano apelyido ng dati kong girlfriend, boss?
Santos. Ano ba pangalan talaga ng kabiyak mo? Pati ako nalilito na.
Kaya si Jan Christine.
Jan
Christine.
May anak kayo?
Wala pa po.
Ayaw mo magkaanak? Matagal na ba kayong magkabiyak?
Opo. Ako po kasi, aminin ko po, ito medyo controversial. Gawa po ng... Gusto ko pong maabot. Galing po kasi ako sa hirap po. Mahirap lang, modest lang po ang living ng pamilya ko. Gusto ko po sa aming linya ay marating ko yung hindi pa nararating ng aking angkan. So, ang palagay ko, kung halimbawa ako ay magpaplano ng gayon, baka mahimpil po yung progreso. Kasi, siyempre, ako po, naniniwala naman po ako doon sa mga ibang tao na gusto nila pong magkaanak. Ako po kasi, nakikita ko po, yun po ang legacy nila. Ako may mga legacy po ako, katulad ng mga dula ko, mga pelikula, mga awitin ko. Yun yung legacy ko. So, ang sa akin po, gusto po namin ng aking kabiyak na subukan namin na maabot yung aming mga pangarap na abutin po muna namin yon bago po kami magplano ng gano'n.
So, this is not the right time?
Opo.
Ano bang gusto mong marating pa?
Gusto ko po sanang magkaroon ng... Kasi po, ang pangalan po ng aming kumpanya ay NDM Studios. So, gusto ko po magkaroon ng studio talaga, yung backlot, yung sound stages.
Kagaya dito?
Kagaya po nito, at mas malaki pa po. Kasi kailangan parang yung isang buong village kaya nyong itayo dun sa sound stage. Pero parang ganito din po. Kasi mas madaling makapag-direct ng mga pelikula kapag ganito po yung environment. Wala pong masyadong ingay, nakokontrol yung environment po.
Nung bata ka pa ba, inimagine mo na sarili mo yung kagaya mo ngayon? O ibang professional na sa isip mo na?
Hindi po. Nangarap din po kasi ako maging mga pop star, yung mga ganyan. Maging artista, yung mga ganyan. Panandalian lang po. Pero kapag binabalikan ko po, hilig ko na po talagang magkwento noon pa kasi pag may mga laruan po ako, gumagawa po ako ng kwento.
Sarili mong kwento.
At hindi ko tatapusin yung paglalaro hanggat may paglalagom yung ginagawa ko. So, sometimes our childhood is our key to the future.
Kumusta naman yung financial standing mo ngayon?
Okay naman po. Kasi okay po ang turnaround. Gawa po ng... there's never been a time that content has been consumed on a day-to-day basis very much like today. When you scroll through, lalo na yung mga maliliit na content, for example, mga 3-minuter, kaya po ang TikTok na mamayagpag. Umikli yung attention span ng mga tao, so nahihirapan din po kapag nagbebenta kami ng mga full-length films, mga ganyan. Pero naniniwala naman po ako na ang mga tao mas aware, mas nangangailangan po ng sources of entertainment. Hindi ko po alam kung dahil sa stress ba yan ng buhay or ano, pero naghahanap din po. Hindi po malalaos sa pananaw ko ang storytelling dahil araw-araw kailangan po natin ng mga magagandang kwento para ma-inspire tayo, ma-encourage tayo, ma-move tayo.
Binanggit mo yung storytelling Nung
Opo.
nakarang halalan,
Opo.
bigyan mo nga kami ng mga storya na hindi mo makalimutan, lalo na involved si BP Inday Sara.
Ay, bumaba po yung blood pressure ko ng mga 53.
Bakit?
Kasi sinugod ako sa ospital. Kasi sabay-sabay po kasi yung deployment ng mga artists po. Ako po yung parang naging tagapamagitan at saka pinuno po ng mga artist na sumusuporta din po sa unit team. So, yung deployment po sabay-sabay sa iba-ibang probinsya. So, ako din po nagko-coordinate dun sa mga lokal na pamahalaan. So, kung sinong maipapadala para maging representante ni VP Inday Sara. So,
Pero meron ka bang incident involving BP Inday na nakakatawa o ano?
Nung arena po, proclamation rally,
Okay.
nakaupo si VP Inday. Siyempre, ang ganda-ganda ng damit niya. Ganda-ganda. Pero alam niyo naman po, dahil kaibigan niyo din po si VP Inday, prim and proper talaga. Tapos nakaupo yan sa dulo ng upuan, di ba? Nakaganyan yan. Si Kuya Bistik, lumapit sa kanya, may binulong. Nandun ako sa baba, nakikita sila nandun sa malapit lang po. May binulong sa kanya. Bago patawagin si VP Inday sa entablado, binulungan siya. Pag bulong na ganyan, tatawa-tawa si Kuya Bistik. Tumayo si VP Inday, tapos pinagsasasapak si Kuya Bistik. Yung machong-macho talagang ginaganon dito.
Tinanong mo kung bakit siya nag-react ng gano'n. Sabi ni
Hindi
Bistik.
ko na po naitanong kasi nakalimutan niya na po nung tinanong ko sa kanya nung nagkita na po kami kasi di ba magka-kampanya, ang tagal bago magkita ulit. So nung nagkita po kami ulit, hindi niya na maalala kung ano kwento ng Kuya Bistik. Siguro si Kuya Bistik dapat ang tanungin ko kung ano yung kwento niya. Kasi takanta si Boss Jinggoy. Ay, ano nangyayari? Kasi sinasapak-sapak na siya. Pero sayang nga lang hindi ko nakunan ng video kasi nakakatawa.
Nung nakaraang halalan, iba-ibang grupo ng mga artista nandun sa kabila, di ba?
Opo.
Tapos nandito rin kayo.
Opo.
Hindi ba nagkaroon ng asaran?
Hindi po. Alam niyo pong nangyari, boss. Nagkaroon kami ng parang unspoken rule not to be in contact with each other for that portion in time. Parang it was an unspoken rule. And then after that, when VP Inday mentioned that ito na yung panahon para magkaisa tayo na ang mag-reach out, parang nabigyan ako ng go signal, tawagan na ulit yung mga kaibigan natin. Kasi politics will always be politics. So our friendship, yun siguro yung lesson dun we shouldn't lose our friends because of politics. So,
If you're to choose between art and money, saan ka?
both. Kasi hindi ko magawa yung art kung wala yung money, boss din Sa level where I'm operating at. Pero syempre, kaya mo pa rin naman gumawa ng sining ng walang pera. At kadalasan, minsan, mas marubdob pa yung nagagawa mo. Pero syempre, technicality in capturing the art and promoting the art. But I have learned to compartmentalize din, boss, yung creative ko Some projects I do for economics, the economy of my lifestyle. And then some I do for self-realization. So I don't expect this thing to earn, but I expect this one, I don't expect it to realize my full potential naman, parang ganon.
What about particular projects in mind? Do you have any?
Ako po? Marami po. Meron po kaming isang malaking pelikula sa Marawi na gusto ko pong i-honor ang kabayanihan ng mga kapatid nating Muslim. Kasi ang dami pong mga kabayanihan na ginawa po yung mga kapatid nating Muslim nung panahon na yon. So gusto ko pong ma-highlight din po yun. Naniniwala naman po ako na sa lahat ng bagay may mabuti at masama. So isa yun sa mga excited kaming projects. Meron din po akong pelikula na isi-shoot sa Prague at sa Maldives. Sunod-sunod na po yun pagkatapos noon. Tapos may ginagawa din po kaming romantic comedy ni R.C. Munoz. Yan po ay aabangan po natin dahil kasama po siya sa isang film festival dito sa Pilipinas.
Saan ka kumukuha ng inspirasyon mo? Maliban kay Shirley. I mean, pati ako nalilito na kay John Christie. Saan ka kumukuha ng inspirasyon?
Mukhang magiging hashtag yung Shirley, boss, dito sa episode na to. Tapos baka madaming lumantad na Shirley dun sa sa feed.
So, saan ka kumukuha ng inspirasyon?
Ay, boss,
what moves you?
Alam niyo po, na dahil po dun sa pagkapanalo ko po ng palangka dati po, narinig ko po kasi yung ibang mga tao kapag nananalo po ng award, nahihirapan na silang maging artist kasi hindi nila matapatan yung pagkapanalo, so nafo-frustrate sila. So ako ang ginawa ko, sinanay ko ang sarili ko na umupo sa harapan ng computer at mag-type kahit ano pang pumasok. Ginawa ko pong regimen ba, routine, na hindi ako natatakot kung papalpa ako, kikita o ano. Basta disiplinado lang po akong gumawa ng gumawa. Sa lahat naman po nakaka-inspire. Katulad po ninyo, di ba? Sometimes we go off script in this conversation dahil na-inspire po kayo dahil sa pakikinig ninyo din sa mga sinasabi ko. Yan po, na-inspire din akong sumagot. Tapos nagkakaroon po tayo ng banter. So, yung pakikinig po, boss, yun ang nag-inspire sa akin. Nakikinig po ako sa aking environment, kung ano yung finifeed sa akin, tapos kung ano yung pinapakita sa akin.
Anong pwede mong ipayo sa mga batang artista, batang gusto maging direktor?
Ay, ano po, simple lang po maging direktor pala. Kailangan lang, you have to make a commitment that you're going to be a director. But the commitment is a brave one. You have to pick up a camera and say, I'm going to be a director, and you have to follow through. Kasi madami pong nagsasabi sa akin, manunulat ako, tapos pag tinanong ko sila, ano na naisulat mo? Sasabihin nila, wala pa eh, nasa isip ko pa eh. What's stopping you? So, parang, para maging manunulat naman, kailangan nyo lang papel tsaka ballpen, di ba? Kailangan lang pong tawirin yun.
Doon naman sa mga gustong maging songwriters, ano namang pwedeng ipayo mo sa kanila?
Ay, magsulat ng magsulat. Kasi madalas meron po sa Facebook, sa social media, magpapasa sa akin ng kanta, tapos they will ask me what I think of their songs. Sometimes I know that they're on the level of being amateur. But I know what they need is encouragement. So I just tell them, good job, write some more. Kasi naniniwala po ako na kapag magsulat, gagaling at gagaling eh. Parang yung mga nasa factory po ng Mongol pencil, hindi na nakatingin, kinukuha na lang nila yung lapis at nilalagay doon sa kahon. Parang kabisadong-kabisado na nila, sukat na nila eh. Kagagawa po ninyo, gagaling at gagaling eh. So it's a commitment po talaga eh.
Direk Njel,
po.
Meron kang ginagawang ngayon, play? O
mga
movie?
pelikula po, kakatapos ko lang po. Halos naka-anim na nga po ko magmula nung September. Meron po kaming pelikula ni Paulo Contis at saka ni Shara Soto. Sa subtext po ang pamagat ng pelikula. Kasama din po sila Eli Celian at si Hannah Arguelles. Tapos meron din po akong pelikula kasama si Neil Culeta, si Mayton Eugenio at saka si Arnold Reyes. True or false positive? Tungkol po ito sa pagde-date pagkatapos ng pandemic. Kasi, di ba, nung pagkatapos ng pandemic, hindi mo alam kung pwede kang bumeso, tatakot pa nung nagde-date. So, romantic comedy. Tapos, meron din po kaming action comedy ni Ines Veneracion at saka ni Nick Benayo, yung Ghost Informants. Tapos, may kakashoot lang po namin sa Singapore ni Cheska Ortega at saka ni Shane Di Santos, yung Must Give Us Pause. Heavy drama naman po.
How about stage? Wala ka bang stage play?
Ayun nga po, balak ko po namin sana na magsimula na rin pong gumawa ng mga stage plays. Pero kung ang pelikula po, hirap na po ngayon, mas hirap po yung live entertainment eh. So, iniintay po namin na magkaroon ng traction yung pagpanunumbalik ng mga tao sa sinihan. Tapos makikita namin, pwede na siguro lumabas to. Kasi syempre, mga kaibigan po natin, si Kuya Robert Senya, si Ate Isay Alvarez, nag-iisip na rin po ng mga,
yung mga
stage
musical.
productions. Opo.
Musical.
Opo. Boss.
Anong paborito mong pelikula?
Ako po, mga...
that movie you inspired you?
Ay, marami pong pelikula. Like Slumdog Millionaire is on top of my list. Three Idiots na Indian movie is one of my all-time favorites. Tsaka mga pelikula po ni Steven Spielberg. So,
like what? Yung yung Alien?
Close Encounters of the Third Class. Tsaka E.T. Yung E.T. E.T. po yung una kong napanood sa sinihan. Tapos naalala ko po nung nagpatay ng ilaw sa sinihan, sabi ko sa nanay ko, brownout? Yun ang naalala ko doon.
Sino ang paborito mong aktor sa Hollywood?
Aktor sa Hollywood? Sino bang...
Isa lang naman ang pinakamagaling, di umano, si Marlon Brando.
Marlon Brando, opo.
Maraming gumaya sa
Kayo
kanya.
boss, sino paborito nyo? Ako
si
Marlon Brando.
Magaling talaga siya.
Opo, isa po yun. Lee Strasberg din po kasi siya. Si Gary Oldman din po. Yun, paborito ko yun si Gary Oldman. Pero ang dami. Oo nga, no, ba't dapat alam nyo, pag-isipan ko yan. Kasi marami po akong paborito din po sa si Ethan Hawke, paborito ko din po yan na gumanap sa pelikula. Yan po. Si Ray Fiennes, yan po.
Sa dami ng ginagawa mo, hindi ka naman nabuburyong.
Ay, hindi po. Masaya naman po eh. Napapagod nga lang po eh. Kasi po, pag nagsushooting po kami, ako na rin po ang tumatayong director of photography at saka camera operator. Kasi habang kaya po ng braso ko, ako na po ang nagka-camera op. So, naninibago yung ibang mga artista kasi bibihira yung director mismo ang nandun sa lente. So, pero hanggang kaya ko, kasi gusto ko pong magtipid sa oras eh. Gawa pong producer po ako. So, tumitipid yung oras kapag halimbawa wala na akong kailangan konsultahin tungkol dun sa shot ko. Kasi kapag may DP or cinematographer, mag-uusap pa po kayo kung paano nyo kukunan eh. Pero kung halimbawa ako na lahat gumagawa, bumibilis yung proseso.
Maliban kay Steven Spielberg, sino pang paborito mong direktor?
Si Steven Spielberg, si Guillermo del Toro, yan din po paborito kong direktor yan. David Lynch, yan po yung mga direktor na paborito ko.
Ay sa Pilipinas naman?
Ako po, na-fascinate po ako kay Direk Cathy Garcia Molina din po. Kasi ang husay-husay niya sa romantic comedy. Alam niya talaga yung pulso. Alam niya kung paano i-direct yung mga aktor na kikiligin yung mga tao. Yung science po eh. Science, it's a science. Yun po.
Punta naman natin yung interesting portion ng
Naku, ito na.
episode na ito.
Parang ito yung pinaka-cool na portion eh.
Meron dito mga emojis. May papakita kami mga larawan sa'yo. And then you can react by raising any...
Ito yung nakakakaba, boss eh. Nakakakaba.
Dagdag ka na rin ang gusto mong sabihin.
Tsaka ito pa yung nakaharap ka agad sa akin eh.
Oo. Ibig sabihin yan. Yan, sad, angry,
ito,
love.
heart, love. Yan. Ito, wow.
Yeah.
Yan ang lumalabas pag sa Facebook, pag clinic mo yan, wow. Ito, care.
Caring.
Ito po, lumabas lang nung pandemic. Itong emoticon na to. Yan,
Oh, yeah.
ito. Ano ba to? Haha. Haha to.
Wow yata yan eh. Wow.
Ito. Yan. Tapos ito yung sad.
Sad.
Yan.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Unang larawan.
Yun,
si
no?
VP Sara.
Ayan, si VP Inday. Siyempre ito. Ayan, heart. Dapat nga green eh.
Meron kang gustong sabihin sa kanya?
Yun po. Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. Yan. Yung awitin ko po ay halaw sa mga katagang binitawan niya, di ba?
Okay. Second photo.
Si Chris Bernal. Yan. Thumbs up. Napakahusay pong artista po niyan. Ang bilis umiyak niyan, boss. Sobra. Oo. Hindi nyo na kailangan, sabihin sa kanya. Yan, si Chris Bernal.
Na-direct mo na siya.
Yes, boss. Sa Contradiction siya po yung bida. Napakahusay na artista.
Bernal. Di ba meron director na Bernal? Ano siya? Ano?
Si Ismael Bernal.
Meron siyang Meron siyang relasyon? Wala?
Parang wala po. Wala po.
Baka naman screen name niya lang yan.
Opo.
Okay.
Ayan po.
Next.
Ayun, si
PBBM.
Si Apo. Ito pong nangyayari ngayon sa atin, parang merong napaka-peaceful. Parang swabing-swabe lang ngayon yung nangyayari. So, sana maipagpatuloy ni Apo Apo BBM yung kanyang magandang ginagawa. Tsaka, mahusay magtalumpati, boss.
Nga.
Mahusay magtalumpati.
Naalala ko yung tatay niya kasi boses niya.
Apo.
Pati yung facing niya. Ganon na ganon.
Tsaka casual, boss. Di ba? Very casual kapag halimbawa nagsasalita siya.
Next photo. Carlos Palang.
Yun. Heart yan. Yan. Para sa mga manunulat. Ayan. Biruin nyo, boss. Yan yung talagang ginagalang na award-giving body dito sa Pilipinas. Kasi pag nagsasubmit kayo dyan, walang pangalan ninyo. Walang pamagat din. Ay, may pamagat ba? Parang walang pangalan ninyo. Bawal lagi yung pangalan ninyo.
So talagang huhusgahan ka sa trabaho?
Oo, sa trabaho. Yun po. Kaya tuwan-tuwa po ako nung una po ako nanalo. Nagtatatalon po ako kasi wala po akong kilala. Wala din po akong kilala dun sa industriya ng mga manunulat. Tapos nakakatuwa pa, yung mga judges po nun, hinanap pa nila ako nung awards night, hinahanap nila ako. Gusto
Sino
nila
ito?
ako makilala.
Okay.
So, yun.
Next.
Yun.
Carol. Yeah.
Nako! Yan, eto siguro yan. Yan, ganyan. Ganyan. Ganyan kay Direk Daryl. Yan, kay Direk Daryl. Ito, thumbs up kasi alam po ninyo, si Direk Daryl, napaka-prolific niyan. Mabilis yan magtrabaho eh. So, trabaho lang ng trabaho, gawa lang ng gawa ng pelikula. To care, syempre, dahil meron siyang susunod na pelikula, ay kailangan din syempre ng pag-iingat dun sa mga gagawin dahil kadalasan yung mga ginagawa niya controversial na ngayon ng mga pelikula.
Ay, parang batang-bata yung tsura niya dyan.
Yes. Gusto ko din mag-ingat din po siya sa kanyang kalusugan kasi syempre napupuyat din po yan si Direk Daryl eh, napapagod din po. So mapag-ingatan niya yung kanyang
Mas bata
kalusugan.
ba sa'yo ito?
Hindi ko po alam. I think so.
Eh, parang high school lang tsura eh.
Diyan po sa picture na yan. Diyan po sa picture na yan. Hindi ko naman sinasabing haggard na siya ngayon.
Next photo. O yan, kaibigan mo yan.
Yun, oh!
Yung ayos sa, Korean movies.
Ano ba? Yan.
Senador Jinggoy.
Wow! Wow. Bakit wow? Wow kasi matapang din naman siya magsalita ng ganon. Alam niyo po magandang nangyari noon. Nung nagsalita siya ng matapang ng ganon, pinag-usapan. Yun ang gusto kong nangyari. Kasi pinag-usapan eh. At least nagkaroon ng boses bigla, nagsalita yung ibang mga artist. Whether in agreement to him or disagreement to him, pinag-usapan. Yun ang mahalaga. Di ba, boss? Mas mahigi yun yung pinag-uusapan.
Maraming salamat na muli.
Ito naman sa Counterpoint, ganyan. Yan.
Salamat. Salamat
Thank you, boss. Maraming
guest
salamat.
mo rito sa amin.
Maraming salamat. As usual, masarap kayong kausap dahil kayo ay napaka-intelihente sa inyong pagtatanong. At nakikinig po talaga kayo sa inyong mga guest.
Masarap?
Oo, masarap.
Anong lasa?
Lasang jet lag.
Yun, tama yun.
Lasang jet lag. Kasi kahit may jet lag kayo, tatrabaho pa rin kayo. Grabe kayo, boss.
Teka muna, kailangan magkantahan tayo. Pero ikaw lang muna kakanta ngayon.
boss.
Gusto ko marinig yung ginawa mong kanta.
Ay, salamat, boss. Sige, boss.
Noong nakaraang linggo, ipinalabas natin ang kwento ni Jen Diokno na biktima ng diskriminasyon. Subalit nanindigan at tumayo sa sariling paa para tulungan ang sarili at ang iba pang tulad niya na may kapansanan na magkaroon ng magandang kinabukasan. Ngayon malalaman natin ang tungkol sa company na kanyang itinayo, ang Hand and Heart. Let's watch this.
Noong nakaraang linggo, ibinahagi natin ang kwento ni Jen Diokno matapos niyang harapin ang sariling problema at manindigan siya laban sa diskriminasyon. Siya naman ngayon ang tumutulong sa mga kagaya niyang may kapansanan upang matutong tumayo at ibangon ang sarili sa pamamagitan ng Hand and Heart Company na kanyang itinayo.
I started up the Hand and Heart since 3 years ago, 2018. And I have been a career person. I've been involved like computer jobs, chef, and photography. Now I decided to start up a new company, which is Hand and Heart, because many people don't believe in my ability, and because I'm deaf, I am limited to do jobs. And I started up this Hand in Heart to prove them and help the PWD, especially deaf community, to grow up and increase their lives. How I am doing the research and all and good. I want to be a good model and role model to other people that I'm helping, especially the PWD.
Layunin ng Hand and Heart na tumulong sa persons with disabilities na makahanap ng trabaho sa pamamagitan ng paghahanda sa kanila o pagbibigay training.
Our vision is to help. Hand in Heart is to give opportunity to other PWDs, non-hearing, deaf, and between between bridging the gap between the hearing and the deaf community. Hand in Heart, purpose for teaching sign language to disability and all people to learn sign language and help other deaf community. And we have interpreters, teachers, deaf awareness. We conduct deaf awareness to all companies and clients to give opportunity to other deaf people that working to their company. We conduct training and any kind, and I help deaf find jobs. It's like a process of recruitment. We promote to other people the deaf awareness by we talk to them personally, and they conduct sign language workshop to open their hearts and mind about deaf. Given the opportunity, like they themselves are like visiting other companies that they're giving them awareness about deaf community and especially learning sign language.
Sa pagpapalaganap ng deaf awareness sa mga kumpanya, nakakatulong si Jen di lamang sa kagaya niya, kundi sa mga tao na magkaroon ng kamalayan sa pantay na pakikitungo at bigyang oportunidad ang gaya nila. Sa katunayan, may mga kumpanya na ang kumuha kina Jen upang magbigay trabaho.
Like 7 big companies already. Yeah. We have Coffee Bean Company, around 30 deaf were hired already. And also NTech for cleaning services, 15 already were hired. Yeah, like constantly they provide training, sign language, and we call it deaf awareness. Yeah. First, they will interview. The process is she will interview all the applicants, then we'll send it to the company for them to screen. Then they themselves will conduct the interview for them to be hired.
Nitong Nobyembre lamang ay nagpunta sila sa Palawan upang magbigay workshop sa ilang deaf upang maging barista.
One of my interpreter invited me to go and visit Palawan because they have a workshop. So I observed and helped them to conduct service and give. And then there's one Korean guy who is in the workshop that conducting like ethics discussion, and then she get interested. So she raised her concern about deaf community, especially in Korea. They have deaf school, and work opportunity. Like the Korean investor is the one who approached her and showed like Korean is interested to like join. Now they have OJT, like 4 OJTs, barista and chef. Then other will continue to train chef to be hired.
Gumagawa rin ang Hand and Hearts ng mga event tulad na lamang ng bazaar na tinawag nilang PWDE na tinutulungan ang iba pang differently abled. Noong November 23, 27 sa Green Hills, isinagawa nila ang ikalawang taon ng bazaar.
This organization are like Elise Go, Queenie, and Arlene. There are 3 of them started this organization. They call it PWDE, so it's Puede. Yeah, this is the second time that Puede, an organization, conducted this bazaar to help all PWDs with different kinds of people to support us despite their disability and to show their own talent despite their disability, okay? In the future, to attain their dreams in the future that they can earn on their own.
Kaya naman hangarin ng Hand and Heart na magkaroon ng sariling eskwelahan para sa mga deaf upang matugunan ang pangangailangan ng marami pang may kapansanan.
My plan, Hand and Heart wants to have own school for the deaf. Yeah, because of course now you have this learning center. her office also. Hand in Heart's mission is that we're helping PWD who are left behind, and that our disability is not our like what? Oh yeah, we are able, even though we are disabled, we are still able to do things. Yeah.
Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. Ikintal mo, wag nang magtampo. Kapakanan ng bayan ang unahin mo. Magkaisa na tayo, di man magkasundo. At huwag ka nang magalit, itigil ang gulo. Bayan ang nagdurugo, kapwa Pilipino. Kung tayo rin sa dulo ang hindi magkasundo, masasakit na salita'y pigilan mo sana. Baka di lang masasamay, di na mabawi pa. Ang bayan ang nagdurugo, kapwa Pilipino. Kung tayo rin sa dulo ang hindi magkasundo, mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. Ikintal mo, wag nang magtampo. Ang kapakanan ng bayan ang unahin mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, Director Njel de Mesa. Apakaganda ng kinanta mo. Heartwarming.
Thank you, boss.
Mapanuri pa.
Thank you,
At
boss.
mga bagbag damdamin. Galing.
Mana sa inyo, boss.
Galing. Ladies and gentlemen, join me again next week as we engage with some of the most interesting, influential, and controversial personalities in the country. I'm Atty Sal Panelo, and this is your Counterpoint.